We're going to do an extension.
All right, good morning. This is Saturday, January 7th, and it's our FY18 budget review. And we have all the departments coming in, Finance Committee and Selectmen here. And as you can hear, we have Fire Chief moving...
They're all about the solution.
The other chief, excuse me, police chief.
It's early.
Moving equipment around.
I don't want to hear about problems. Just
Our first department who's up today, and with the impending weather, I guess it's appropriate for him to be first, is our highway department.
Good morning. For those of you who don't know, this is Chris Stoddard. He's our new DPW director.
Nice.
He's here to watch today. Today's day 5 for him, so he doesn't really know what's going on.
You going out on trucks today?
What's that?
You going out on trucks today?
We'll see if he can drive right.
Hopefully, yeah.
Great. All righty, Jim, if you can walk us through it, and we'll ask questions as they come up.
I don't know, this is where I always struggle with, we're presenting a level service budget with the increases for salaries and, you know, the required stuff like that, so it's pretty much there for that. We do, in the near future, we have a few roads that are gonna be coming online. I think potentially next year we'll be getting Distribution Center Drive and Distribution Center Circle and Chestnut Lane off of Harvard Road and the good possibility of McIntosh Lane off of Gristmill. There's 2 developments under construction currently. The Bennett Orchard off of Sanderson, Whitcomb, and the Durkee Tree Farm off Foster. Those are probably a couple years out, and then Cooper Farm is coming in before the planning board next Thursday to start their discussions. So that's part of, we think we're to the point we're gonna need another sand truck coming up to start servicing, so we don't start losing, I guess, time or service. Chris and I had a very quick discussion yesterday, the day before, about how we could possibly do that, so we still have to work out some ideas on how to do that, whether we need a full-size truck or we can do it with a smaller vehicle, just to make it work for now.
So is that in the capital plan at this point, or not?
It is not.
Okay.
I don't believe it's in that. I'm pretty confident it's not in there.
So Distribution Drive is private now? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, it's the industrial complex, I
Yeah?
just haven't completed it yet. Well, the road has been done,
It's
except
been
they...
there forever, right?
Yeah, we looked at it like 3 different times for a, to give a punch list of items to fix, and they've chosen not to fix them, and,
Okay.
you know, now the property just got sold, so we think they'll be coming in at some point. There's close to a mile of road in there, believe it or not.
It's amazing when you go out there, yeah.
Yeah.
What's the value of the punch list?
It wasn't a lot of heavy lifting, we were surprised they didn't do it. But the longer they wait, the road is starting to deteriorate now, because it's about 6 or 7, 8 years old. They have a lot of wheel ruts, cracking, utility cuts.
So is it subsurface stuff also, or just surface?
Well, we've got a couple issues, we don't know if it was where they did the gas main running down, that's what it looks like. They didn't compact it right, or something. A lot of catch basin problems, they have some guardrail problems. I mean, it's not a lot of stuff, we're kind of amazed that they haven't done it, because they're the ones paying to pile sand.
So we'd require them to upgrade the road before we accept it?
Yes. Yeah. Because that's, my opinion is we're buying a new car, not a used car.
Right.
And then on the flip side, they pay a lot of money in taxes too. And they don't send kids to the school system. So it's kind of a flip side, but it's their responsibility to give us a good road. We don't want to take it and then have all kinds of maintenance right away. At least that's my opinion.
Makes sense.
We're struggling with highway employees. We were full staff for about 3.5 weeks, and the newest guy we had quit, went on to something else. I'm not sure why. We've had a huge turnover of help. We don't know if part of it is, salary driven, that they're looking for better money. The economy's really good right now, so we're struggling to fill positions.
When people leave, do you do exit interviews and try to determine that?
We normally do. This guy was only here for 3.5 weeks, so weren't gonna get much out of him.
That's kind of short.
Yeah. Said he got another job, another town paying more money, but we just think he didn't like it. It's not what he thought it was. Transfer station stuff is pretty much the same as it was. Seems like we're starting to see a little bit more people using it. The solid waste is going up a little bit. We're struggling a little bit with recyclable materials. The prices are going up, so it's still cheaper than trash, but it's costing you money to get rid of it. Trucking's becoming a big thing. The cost of trucking. We use the Groton Transfer Station. They had a grant through DEP to accept recyclable materials, so we have like a cost profit sharing agreement with them. So we are getting some funds back, but we're spending. We had the company that was doing our cardboard and mixed paper for the longest time. They weren't charging us any trucking, but we weren't getting any revenue on the paper, and they basically went out of business. So we had to start trucking it to Groton. We're getting a better revenue back, but paying more in trucking.
So it's a net loss.
Well, I think we're still on the plus side of that. We just got a check for like $4,000, which was kind of a surprise.
I guess what it cost,
No. It costs us, I don't know, like $130 a trip, where we were paying nothing before.
Yeah.
And we ship the cardboard at least once a week. And then, after our busiest dumping day of the year, we do it a couple times a week for a couple weeks.
So the extended hours that you added to the transfer station, are people taking advantage of that?
Yep, Wednesday is now, seems like it's becoming like a regular normal day. It took a little while for people to realize that it was open. We haven't really seen a decrease on Saturday. It's still fairly busy on Saturdays. I mean, it's worked out, we think.
Okay.
Jim, when we met, you mentioned about a possible new salt shed. Is that something that's still on your radar?
Yeah, the industry standard now is a lot of places, or I shouldn't say the industry standard, people try to store a year's worth of material. We have about a half a year, so if we built another shed similar, it helps keep your costs consistent and make sure you have a supply. We use salt, order it, use it, order it. Like, we used stuff yesterday, we placed an order, so they're pretty good to us, they'll deliver it pretty quick, but if you get into a tough year where salt's scarce, that's why we keep our shed as full as we can. There's other towns that use it and don't replace it until the next fiscal year. So now, July 1st, you go out and spend $70,000 or $80,000 like the first day. The cost is the cost. We're not going away. We still need it, doesn't go bad, it's undercover. So we would rather keep a full supply, then we don't have to worry. I mean, salt is critical to our operation.
Is it anything like oil where you buy it in the spring or in the summer, it's less expensive than buying it now?
Because we keep our shed full, they would give us I believe it was like a $1 a ton reduction, so we saved $97
Okay.
by filling the shed. So it's kind of,
Couple of lunches and
well,
a
yeah.
cup of coffee.
So we kind of chuckle too. You know, you think about it, they mine it somewhere, load it onto a ship, offload it, put it in a pile, load it in a truck, deliver it, and there's a lot to it. We're paying $65 and change a ton, 65.81, I think, something like that.
I have in my notes here 54. Did it go up?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
We're on a state bid, so we're supposedly getting the best price out there. I think it went down just a few pennies this year from last year. It wasn't a lot.
I know you don't have the salt shed roof on the PMDC list this year, but that's still something that you need to have addressed.
Well, we assumed once it made it on the list until it was done, we never took it off the list. I've been working with Bill Cole on that, and we had a couple companies look at it, and then we found out through procurement that we have to advertise in the Central Register, and we've been struggling to get the right paperwork to get that done.
Okay.
But I think the price was higher than we had budgeted.
Right.
I think it was like, we have 20,000, it came in at like 28 or 29,000 from the quotes.
So you'll revisit that this spring, maybe? Okay.
Have you had a critical situation over the last several years, just out of curiosity, with the salt shortage, where you said you run a half,
Yeah,
half a year's worth? Did you ever hit a situation?
The big snow year, the
couple years,
2015
yeah.
year, the problem was everyone was hauling snow and you couldn't get in and out of the city, so they were running severely behind. They had the material, but they just couldn't get it to you. So we were to the back of the shed with the shovel scraping the corners.
Yeah.
We had a lot on order, and then once they kind of got over that hump, they replenished it. We always treat the salt people very nicely. There's no sense in yelling at them because they do what they do. We feel like we have a good relationship with them. Last week, we ordered salt at 8 o'clock in the morning, we had a load at 10. So it was almost, they hit it just right, and then they delivered the rest of it on Saturday. Because we can take a 24-hour delivery, so it's a little bit better for us.
On your, sort of on the mission budget, it looks like you're asking for incremental admin time, and then maybe a highway labor. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, our current office manager, Katie, works 37 hours a week. We weren't sure with adding the director if that was going to increase the workload. We just, she's already a benefited employee, it's just the hourly wage. So there's really no, to us, it would be a small incremental cost if we needed to do that. And we even wanted to do it as a flexible thing, that if we needed to do it, we could. If we were good, we didn't have to. The highway labor is
That's pretty good. He's only been here half an hour, and you're already slamming him with increased costs. Okay, Jimmy.
it's day 5.
Good job.
The labor would be for the park department. This year, if we were short a highway employee, of course, just the way it always is, but we had one summer seasonal guy that he had finished college. This was his 4th year with us, so he kind of knows what's going on. We were able to keep him almost through Thanksgiving until he got a full-time job. By having that third person on the park department made all the difference in the world on actually getting maintenance items done. We were able to do a lot of slice seeding, aeration, just basic repairs that we needed to do. We had a study done a few years ago, and the industry standard, they claim, is 1 employee for every 8 to 10 acres. So if you did the 10 acres, we should have 6 park employees, and we have 2. We think 6 is excessive. But then I'll throw it back onto you. What level of service do you want as a town? Because we're able to maintain the ball fields, but if you look at the facilities, we really basically mow the grass, and we don't do maintenance. If that is stuff that you want, then you're gonna have to increase your costs for getting employees to do that, because it's time consuming, and again, what level of service do you want?
Okay, so those are the two.
Yeah, with that said, though, again, Chris has been here a short time, but he's got some ideas from other towns that he's worked in. We currently use a contract employee for a resident engineer on our construction projects. Chris has hired full-time employees as, like engineering technicians. You could reduce your costs. We're just paying a flat-out cost out. So we haven't fully worked out how we can do that, but we think we could hire them at a definite lower rate and potentially save us some money there and get some other stuff done. So that's something that, again, we have to work through it.
Day 6? Day 6, that's day 6, right?
Day 6.
Okay, well, I think with the new management in place, we've probably got another 5 or 6 weeks before we're going to sort of wrap up the recommendation for the budget. So I don't know who you report to, but I assume the selectmen, if you guys can work with Jim and Chris to look at whether there are any shifts in the budget or incremental budgeting that you're going to be looking for. We've really got a month and a half to do that for the FY18 budget, or we have to come back in the fall if there's something else that you guys want.
Yeah, we had an off-site meeting yesterday with Keith and Selectman Carr, and we were able to talk in the car a little bit yesterday. So Chris, myself, and Keith are going to set up some meetings, because Chris has some ideas about road maintenance and things like that, but he just wants to go over with Keith first to get an idea.
Yeah, if I could, that in addition to the operating budget, I think we have potential looking at how we're spending the dollars overall for the road improvement project. One of the things that Chris was telling us is that now that we have a PE on staff, which is an important move for us. We want to have we're happy to have an engineering function that we can rely on, and how we manage our engineering consultants who do the road projects. If we get complaints of the road projects being over-engineered, that Chris has some ideas about how we can use the same dollars that we have and maybe spend less on the big projects to make more available for maintenance projects and keeping roads in good shape, so that we'd be able to accomplish more and benefit more people. And so I'm delighted that we'll be able to be looking at some of those things and then report back to the selectmen as the next step, probably within the month.
So we should wrap up their presentation and put them to work.
Yeah.
Great.
On Monday.
Anything else? And seriously, any other comments or questions?
Great update. I definitely was interested in the fields aspect and what that might do in terms of personnel and how we can improve.
Well, the thing is, I guess I'm going to call that the moving target. If we're doing the field study, it'd be interesting to find out what they think we should do with that. I think that's going to change what we do budget-wise. And again, it's what comfort can you afford?
Right,
And maybe it's going to take a few years to get where you want to be.
yep.
And can you head off a safety issue? We don't know. You said that study might expose some other things like that to the wear and tear, and does it become a safety situation, so.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I guess we didn't, just briefly on equipment, I mean, we prioritize from top to bottom on that. Again, very quickly coming in, Chris does not have a vehicle to drive during the day, so we're...
Can't give him a sidewalk plow or something?
Take a look at it. Now, goes kind of slow and you're running an expensive machine down the road. It'd be cheaper to buy something else. So we're kind of looking at some, what can we do on that? And again, not that he's coming in a bad time, but it's just by when you're doing the budget.
No, absolutely, but I think, just realizing that in order for May, we're on a relatively short fuse.
Yep.
But May is not the end of the world, right? So as we've grown to spend a lot in November, so. Okay, great. Anything, other points that you actually want to make?
I'm glad that we're able to get Chris on board. I think it's going to make a big difference in our department for service and stress reduction in my life.
Good.
I think it's going to be a good addition, and I appreciate the confidence to do this.
Great. Anything else? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
As always, welcome, Chris. Thank you. Have fun tonight, plowing snow.
Chris, welcome.
Thank you.
Cemetery commissioners?
You want to get ahead of time, really.
That's funny, though.
Nothing you can't overcome.
I know. It's good for your brain.
Have you all met Tom Bailey, who was our cemetery?
Never heard
Ah.
of it. Welcome, Tom.
I'm sorry, what was the name again?
Tom Bailey.
Tom Bailey.
Good morning,
Welcome.
everybody.
Right, they threw him to the wolves, right? Great. Can you just walk us through the high points of your budget?
Well, I've been here, I just completed my third week, so,
So you're an
A long
expert.
timer
You're the
then.
expert.
3 times as long as Chris.
That's right.
He doesn't want to be here anymore.
my assessment is though that, in regards to mowing equipment up at the cemetery, we could use a new mower, and I priced it out, and we could also use some form of snow plow, whether it be on the truck or for the backhoe. The highway department was generous enough to let me borrow a plow, a power angle plow that goes on the backhoe, which I've used already twice and works very well. And a cemetery model lowering device that'll lower the casket down into the vault there, for funeral services. The one up there, I'm not sure how old it is. I couldn't find any record of it, but it is, yeah, we should have a new one.
Now, it occurs to me, or memory serves that last year we went up and talked to the acting, or the then cemetery manager, and I thought we bought a new mower last year.
I thought it was a loader.
It was a backhoe.
Yeah, it was backhoe, I think.
Yeah, but there was also I have a very distinct memory of, he was trading in a lawnmower for,
Yeah, that was-
one
that would go up a hill.
Right.
So is this a different lawnmower, or is it the
No, that
same
one's
one?
still there and still existing.
Yeah.
There, in my opinion, there should be 3 that are, very usable and in good, relatively new condition.
So this is in addition to what
In
you got?
in addition to the one.
Okay, so this is incremental.
So it's not replacements.
Right, it's not a replacement. But there are 2 really old ones up there that I would trade in. So then we would, assuming that we did go with the new mower, we would land on 3 good ones.
But you do have one from last year?
That's correct.
Okay.
And that one will stay.
Yep.
How was the plowing done before now? You make it sound like the highway department helped you out with this one, but what do we do other years for
They
plowing?
have a snow blower attachment that goes on the front of the mower, and it works, but it breaks a lot, because it's kind of, in my opinion, asking a lot of it. It's kind of something that maybe a homeowner would have,
Okay.
and it's kind of a lot of linear road for that. So, and if it were a lot of snow, I mean,
Yeah,
how
but that was gonna be my next question. You weren't here, but what did we do 2 years ago?
How they
Were
did
you
it 2
guys
years
doing
ago,
it?
I don't know.
No?
Craig and Lori were able to do it themselves. Again, they don't have any grass mowing to do in the winter, they have nothing but time.
Right.
And, they would stay after it, but the machines that they use have no heat, and they're really not designed to blow snow.
So have, in the 3 weeks that you've been here, have any of these items actually been put on to the capital list, or is this just what you're coming up with? And have you reviewed this with the commissioners, or?
I did mention this to the commissioners at the meeting on Wednesday,
Okay.
and they said they would convene and get back to me about what they thought that should be done, and then they didn't get back to me yet.
Okay.
So to be clear, that it's a plow attachment that you're looking for
Yes.
specifically
Yeah.
for the truck that exists?
Either for the truck that exists, I didn't get a price for the truck, but I expect it to be with the plow and the controls and the incidentals which go under the bumper that the
Yeah,
plow
yeah.
mounts, anywhere from $6,000 to $7,000. And the angle plow for the backhoe is $10,000.
So in your opinion, which would be more practical?
In my opinion, either is about the same thing. The truck setup is a little cheaper, but would take some more doing. You gotta line it up. Sometimes it takes months to get your appointment over there at any of these places where they outfit the truck, aftermarket stuff. I've used both now, and I kinda like the backhoe plow. It's easy to use. You can separate the brake in there and sort of spin the backhoe 45 degrees in a matter of 3 feet moving forward. It's kind of nice. But either one would do. Did I mention the price I got for the mower?
No.
The price was $15,699 from Littleton Outdoor Power Equipment.
Would this be similar to the one that you got last year?
Same model.
Same model, yeah.
TC, why do you need a third mower though? You have two now. What's the third mower do?
Well, one of the three that would be remaining is also kind of old. It's sort of like a good backup plan. So you could you could be certain to have good continuity of service.
You'd only be using two at any time, and a third.
At any given time, you'd only be using two. There's only two of us up there.
It's more redundancy, because the mowers they have now, they have a hard time getting parts for. So that mower could be down for a week or a week and a half or something like that. So they're just looking to get something that's consistent that they know they can use, because they run two mowers like almost daily during the season.
With no part-time or summer help, right?
Not that I'm aware of. I think there's a volunteer of one of the citizens who comes in, a retired gentleman, but I've never met the guy. And it's my understanding that
Matthew
they...
Drive, if he's looking at mow lawns.
Deadline.
He does the senior work-off hours for the tax program.
Oh,
And it's my understanding we don't hire summer kids.
What about the lowering device? What kind of price tag does that have?
That, I got a price at $3,025.
And again, the one you have is not adequate, or?
The gears on it are getting worn,
Okay.
And I called around to places that used to repair them, to 2 places, and they both said the same thing, they're not doing that anymore for liability reasons. They just don't want it to fail and then have it right. So the 2 places I knew of who repaired them both say they don't do it anymore.
Ms. Rose? Any other questions or concerns? Paul?
I know in the past, we've had structural issues with the building, kind of keeping up with that. I don't know in your short time whether you've had a chance to do any kind of assessment on that.
Currently, there is one bird burrowing a hole through the stucco in the front. It appears that the similar holes have been repaired recently. I've been reading online, trying to figure out a humane way to discourage this bird.
Skip the humane way.
Plenty of volunteers in Littleton that can take
I think if you put
Good luck with
mothballs
that.
in the hole, that it would help.
Yeah, I think
Mothballs.
Yeah.
Or borrow my cat for a couple of days.
that's an idea that did cross my mind.
But we
That's gonna come back
replaced,
to bite us.
NBC replaced a lot of that
It'll get the other one off the front page.
ecosystem out there.
And what I'm reading online is, what a lot of people do is put out birdhouses in the general area, which gives them an easier option. Certainly worth a try. I don't know how well it's gonna work, but then, there's a lot of birds. One bird moves into the house, then someone else is gonna have to burrow into the stucco again. I don't know a long-term solution yet, I haven't got that far.
We got plenty of enthusiasts in town that could probably have some pretty good ideas on that.
Yeah.
No woodpeckers, they're just some other kind of burrowing
This
bird.
bird, I don't know what he was, I could only see his head sticking out, he has a long beak, but I didn't get a good enough look at him to call him a woodpecker. I felt like he was a bluebird, but his beak seemed too long.
There's a lot of moving, an owl statue,
There's
moving,
an owl,
shiny.
there's an owl statue there, the
Moving,
bird doesn't
shiny.
seem to care.
They work for a few
On-
reasons.
Online, what I'm reading is they get over that, they
Yeah,
just sit
it
there and
works
study it until
short-term.
they figure out it's not real. And I've heard about the old CDs,
Right.
Reflect, again, certainly worth a try.
Even those, like down at Gary's, they have them out all the time with like the wind, they're not wind chimes, but they spin.
Right.
The movement kind of
Yeah.
scares people.
This bird is
It's kind of a cheap investment to try to save the structure.
definitely worth a try.
Sounds good to me.
You know the research to find all that information.
I don't remember where I came
Ask
from.
wildlife to hop in.
Just hire somebody to stand.
Smell it.
Get that volunteer?
All righty. Anything else that you'd like to bring to our attention?
I wish I could be more involved in what I have to say, but right now I'm still learning a lot, so.
Well, like we mentioned, I mean, we have November as well, so.
That's not a problem. I think we, as things come up, bring them up to your
Yes.
board and encourage them to contact us or the selectmen if there are issues.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom. We're 3 minutes ahead of schedule.
Where are they on?
Helen, you buying?
Why?
You good?
I'm glad you gave it always out. You always.
I remember.
Chief, tell me you've been here longer than 3 weeks.
Started Thursday.
Oh, is that one?
Hey, you were there. We could share.
Oh, I got plenty. You got money? Plenty. More sliding down like it.
No, mine's.
Oh, yeah, color handouts in the fire department.
Absolutely. You got more than that?
Oh, this is gonna be business.
Yeah. Nice.
That's good anyway.
The white part's the land.
Wasting a lot of ink here, just saying.
So.
But thank you for all your
Good
work.
news, they started demo, huh?
It's kind of fun. Of course, I drive by there several times a day. It's pretty fun to watch, huh?
Have they done any footing work yet?
This week, coming up.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Chief.
So the typical, what's in your
Currently in your packet is kind of the yearly summary that we do. I think what we can focus on is the packet that I handed out. And do a quick rundown. One of the biggest things, which we'll talk about the numbers right at the very end, is we're looking at restructuring our department. And we're looking at trying to add an ALS service, which is a paramedic service to the department. We have many responses that have extensive response times from the paramedic service. We have some issues with the ALS service, with the training. Training was significantly delayed this last year. It took about 6 months to actually get the training program up and running through our paramedic provider.
Chief, could I just ask you, for the benefit of the people watching on TV, what ALS stands for?
It's an advanced life support service, which is the paramedics. Currently, we have basic EMTs, so the paramedics can administer medications, drugs, advanced equipment, cardiac monitors. They can evaluate a patient much quicker than the basic EMT and decide if the patient needs to go to a different facility for better treatment. So when we flip over to the next page, it has some of the stats on there and our requests for ALS, 2014, 15, and 16. You can see that the call volume is increasing on a yearly basis. This year alone, we had an increased run by about 124 calls over last year. In the response times below, in the darker red, you can see the fire department's current average is on the 3 to 6 minute range or 3 to 5 minute range, where the paramedic service, their average is in that 8 to 12 minute range. And obviously there's some more significant times on both of our sides, as far as the fire department trying to get out the second ambulance at night when we rely on the call members. On some cases, we're in that 12 to 15 minute response range, or in some cases, we have to rely on mutual aid because we're still unable to staff that second ambulance.
Scott, can I just interrupt right there? You okay with that? This is one of the questions I have relative to the whole ALS thing, is the frequency of when we would have benefited from having ALS in-house. So this slide kind of is most important to me. Obviously, the response time is important, but of the 1,053 calls you had in 16, about half of them were when we needed to have ALS. So basically, EMS showed up, took care of what they could take care of, but there was additional services needed, so you had to wait that extra 5 minutes until ALS got there to administer whatever they had to administer, or do the stuff that they can do that the EMS can't do.
That's correct. So with all of those calls, there are many calls where the medics will arrive on scene while we're still packaging, and it's a timely response. It depends on their availability and where they are in the district at the time. So they'll respond. They may meet up with them while we're still on scene, and on some occasions, they may not meet up with the ambulance until they're halfway to the hospital. On some occasions, they have determined that, hey, we shouldn't be going to Emerson Hospital, we need to go to Lowell General because this person's having a heart attack, and that's the most appropriate facility to treat them right away. And so they'll divert halfway there. So that's kind of wasted time, where we may have that ability in our 3 to 5 minutes of arrival to have a more rapid assessment to determine that, hey, we need to go to the right facility and not waste the time going halfway to somewhere else and then having to reroute.
So, can I just, as a follow-on to that, so when the call comes into dispatch, it's always the EMTs that go first now, and then they determine whether the medics are needed or not?
So the phone call comes in,
Yeah.
and dispatch starts us out, and then what it's called EMD, Emergency Medical Dispatch. They send it on to our Pro EMS currently provides us with EMD, the Emergency Medical Dispatch. So the call's transferred from 911 to there, and they get additional information while we are en route to determine whether or not the paramedics are needed. So they'll determine that, and the paramedics will be started, and they may
This is just
determine.
with obviously being on phone with somebody who's making the call, basically, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, would that process would pretty much stay the same, or would ALS automatically?
So ALS would be, we would supply ALS in-house. So it's going whether they like it or not.
Right, so you're skipping the step.
Correct, that's correct. And that is one of the steps that would now be done in-house. The EMD, the emergency medical dispatch, would be done here instead of shipping it out to a private company.
And the surrounding towns do that, right?
That's correct. So Westford and Air, they're both currently in the paramedic service, and they do that in-house. Acton, their goal is to go, to start their paramedic service in July. So as we go on to the next page, some of the current challenges that we face with just having the 2 members on staff is we have 2 basic firefighter EMTs, and we currently lack the ability to have an officer on shift. So one of the additional things on top of adding medics would be to promote for members that are already within to the rank of lieutenant. That would give us a command structure that's on staff that can make decisions. Whether they're right or wrong, there's somebody there making that decision right away, instead of trying to get a hold of the deputy or myself on nights and weekends and, other times. So at least that would be, and that's at a pretty relatively cheap cost for us to create those promotions the way the step and grid system is, which we'll talk about in a minute. Yep, we'll cap that all up at the end. Some of the other things that we deal with is the unpredictable staff. Yes, we truly rely on our call department a lot. That wasn't planned. And,
I don't know.
Right on cue, right on cue. Look a little bit
Oh, boy, Tom.
And, we do rely on them to come in and for the fire calls or the second medical, the back-to-back runs, and it's hit or miss. Today we may get 4 or 5 of them that show up. Tomorrow, you may not get any that come back for a call. And it's the same at night. Times have changed, and members have a busy day tomorrow, or they have meetings tomorrow. They don't want to get up in the middle of the night and come. And we've even found that out with more significant incidents with, major crashes or fires. It used to be the day you'd have a major call or an exciting call, they'd come out of the woodwork. It's not that way anymore.
But Chief, if I recall, I visited the temporary facility a couple of weeks ago, and you and the deputy had a kind of an all-nighter. You had, if memory serves, you had indicated to me that the on-call staff only gets paid, what, $11 an hour? Something like
They do when they start. Their range is $15 to $20 an hour,
So if they
depending on their
So if they get a call at
abilities.
2 o'clock in the morning
Yep.
to go out for 2 hours,
Yep.
it's a judgment call, right?
It is. If they want to, they do receive a 2-hour minimum. But if it's 5 degrees and the car's frozen, they may roll over and
Right.
just say somebody else is on. So that's kind of a,
Yeah, wanted to put it in context.
yep.
Yeah.
If I may, I think most of the people that do call service don't do it necessarily for the extra income. They do it because it's a passion and something they always
Absolutely.
wanted to do it, and
Very
it's just an
true.
opportunity.
Very true. They sure as heck won't get rich doing it.
Right.
So, as you can, it shows on here, our back-to-back calls. We had, just in this last year, we had 281 of our emergencies were back-to-back calls, where there was 2 calls at the same time, roughly 17% of our volume. So that's where we rely on the additional members coming back to back us up. So if the first truck is on the way to the hospital for a medical, and there's a fire call or an additional medical, there's just nobody else there. There's 2 guys that can take it, but they need that backup. below you can see the graph, the trends on our run volume. The top line is our overall call volume. Like I said, we went up an additional 124 calls in the past year. And then the green line below that is the medical. Medical calls are obviously, I mean, that's the majority of our run, being medicals, car crashes, things of that nature. It's on an increase, while the fire runs are on the decrease. Yeah, we need, large trucks. We still need the equipment to deal with the fire calls when they happen. It just doesn't happen at the rate that it used to.
So in the last 2 years, it looks like the medical calls have gone up about 40%. Is there a demographic shift in the town? Is it just a little more of everything? Is it 495 going crazy? I mean, what's driving that? What are the drivers there?
It's everything across the board. The population has changed in town, it has increased. We can't say that it's any one specific thing, which in turn is a good thing, because it's the change of our community. And, I mean, you can look at the highways, the auto accidents are increasing, the general medicals are increasing. Look at the health of the population, or the age of the population, excuse me. It's increasing, but people want to stay home. They don't want to go to nursing homes and things like that. So as the population ages and they stay home, it's more and more of an increase for us to go. One thing to keep in mind is Emerson Hospital is opening an urgent care facility up at the Point. When, in speaking with Westford, they have their urgent care facility, it's roughly an additional 100 calls a year for that one facility. So by having an urgent care facility that, in town, that's something that we need to keep on our radar. They're scheduled to open, I think, roughly in July, or June or July. So that could be an additional hit on top of the average of increasing responses.
Great, thank you.
So our proposed reorganization, from our current service, we would like to bring it from the basic EMT model to the paramedic model. In reorganizing our department, our deputy chief would also become the fire prevention officer. That would allow us to take our current day staff, we have a swingman that's there during the day, and our fire prevention officer, they would be able to move to shift, in addition to hiring the 6 paramedics, which would be paramedic firefighters, and that would bring us to the medic level, and it would give us the ability to have 4 on shift around the clock for 4 shifts.
So the paramedics would be 24/7?
That's correct.
Okay, so they're on some kind of a rotating shift?
Yep, they're on 24-hour shifts. They 24 hours on, they have a day on, 2 days off, day on, 4 days off. And that's how the 4 shifts rotate. Within that, we would promote 4 lieutenants from our current staff. There'd be 1 per shift for accountability and decision-making abilities. By doing this, we would meet the NFPA 1710 safety standard, which requires for any firefighting or significant emergency activity, it's like 2 in, 2 out. You have a full crew, and the NFPA considers 4 to be a crew. So we would be able to meet that. On top of that, we would hire a private billing company. In addition, an outside EMS QA, a quality assurance person who can review our work and our run volume and make sure that the reports are getting done correctly. And so that alone, to make sure that the reporting, having an independent person to make sure that the reporting is done properly and correctly, directly affects the revenues coming in. Because if they're not doing their reports correctly and they're leaving out key points, that's additional revenues or billing abilities that we wouldn't be able to keep track of. So by having that outside person, across the board, it's just kept independent and they can be pretty fair to everybody.
And we've realized some lost opportunities with the existing structure, am I correct? You've done a presentation to the Board of Selectmen in the past.
I have, and in speaking with the private billing company, we feel that we can increase our revenues. And by switching to the medic, all of that revenue would now come, within our department. We would also create a mutual aid agreements with Westford, Air, Acton, as their medic as well. We could be potentially their backup as they would be our backup. And we would have a preset agreement like we do now, which is at a smaller, at a lower rate for reimbursement for them.
What do you have with our other abutters, Foxborough and Harvard?
Foxborough and Harvard are the basic at the basic EMT level, and it's something that we could potentially offer, them as well as Groton. So the model.
There's a question on the promoting the lieutenants, and you feel like you have people in the department now who are capable of taking on additional responsibility and so on of doing that, or is that?
Yes.
Yes.
We do.
You're very confident in that, okay.
Yep, the members are constantly updating their classes, education, taking different instructor modules, company officer classes. As they obtain their certification levels, that all prepares them for these positions.
It's also kind of a different, just do you want to be in charge, kind of as opposed to a doer, that's.
Right, and it gives them the responsibility to make those decisions and stand by their decisions, instead of them trying to reach out to us in the middle of the night or on weekends to make a decision.
So Chief, you talked about these training classes. Is there a minimum number of classes or credentials required to confer lieutenant status?
It's kind of a step process. So as they complete the academy, then they'll take their instructor. And then once they become a certified instructor, then they can take their fire officer and so on. And it goes right up the chain to instructor to fire officer to. They can continue to advance their levels. And there's many classes that are offered at the Mass Fire Academy. And each of those constantly, it builds onto your experience and as far as your levels of your years of experience as well, and that all kind of grooms the.
So it's not all technical training, how to take care of things, it is the
No.
management and the decision-making and so on.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. So below is basically the current model that we have. With the call department on the left, we have a captain, a lieutenant, and 10 firefighters on each company. And then in the main section, we have a fire prevention officer and our swingman with our 2 firefighters per shift. As you turn the page, this is what the proposed model would look like. We would still maintain the call department. We would have a lieutenant on each shift with 3 firefighter medics under them. Different ways that we would have the ability, we eliminate the swingman, but during the day, we would still basically have the ability to run down one and have a cost savings. That way, the deputy or myself, we would both have the ability to fill that void during the day. And it would be our goal to run full on nights and weekends, just for the safety standard. And we would also, on the weekends, we would also have the ability still to pull from the per diem list. So that's still another way of overtime savings.
Yeah, excuse me, Chief. So when you're looking at overtime, so you're bringing in new staff, if you go to 4 shifts, right, correct?
Correct. We currently have 4 shifts.
I would expect to see that overtime number go down. Because currently, right now, I'm assuming you have to.
So right now, that number will not go down. If anything, it could potentially go up. We have more individuals. The vacation time is increasing. This would now be filled with the deputy or myself during the day, whereas in the past, we would have the swingman where we could assign him to a whole shift, a whole tour per se, in nights and weekends, things like that. But with this model now, we'd have 6 additional members, so more vacation time, more of that time. But again, the biggest time savings would be weekdays, where we would be able to assist in that coverage. So as you turn your page in.
One particular question.
Yep.
Fire prevention deputy, so that is deputy? So you do fire.
I assume that role.
Right.
We just talked about the fact that if we leave it in the current model, it's a bid position. So if nobody bids it, it goes to the lowest person who doesn't want it either. And also, it's a 4-day position now, and I'm there 5 days. He's there 7, but I'm there 5 days, and, good time. Thanks, Bill. Got that call. So when we talked about it, I'm there 5 days a week, there's more consistency, and we get out of having to train a new person and having the business, oh, is he doing it? Is Chuck? No, Melissa's fire prevention now, and you get this inconsistency, so this just makes the most sense. There's always going to be the need for fire prevention, because the town, I assume, is just going to stop growing. But it just made more sense, we could utilize those people into the model and not have to hire anybody, so that's why we did it. There's no work. That's what it came down to.
Very good. Thank you.
So if you flip to the next page where you see just the gray bar on the budget, that is basically the 2018 level staffing. The only increase on that in the salaries line is the firefighter EMT salary, and that's the contractual obligation for their increase in that. If you go down to the bottom, for the 2018 mission budget, I mean, that's what we've been talking about. Let's we can focus on that for a moment. As we go down that line, you can see the first increase is in the salary firefighter EMTs, and that line accounts for the addition of 6 paramedics and the promotions of 4 lieutenants, for a lieutenant for each group. The next section down would be the EMS officer, the EMS/officer on call. By having a lieutenant on shift, that would eliminate the on-call officer. Currently, 365 days a year, where we pay $4 an hour for an officer, a call officer, to be on call from home. I think in the past year, we're roughly 56, 58 days, I believe, where there was no officer on call, and that defaults to myself or the deputy. So we don't make that, but, so even as we see the struggle with our call department, it also reflects on the officers. When they have different things going on, or they're not available for their call shifts at night as well. So that would be eliminated, and that would be rolled into the promotional portion, as well as the paramedic. As you go down to the travel line, that's a one-time increase. So the 6 members that we would look to hire, we would be focusing on them being paramedics, not necessarily firefighter paramedics. We can teach them the firefighting, but if our goal would be to try to get a quality paramedic, and then we can take them all, not necessarily, we would hope to go through that process, say in the fall, and then in January's class at the fire academy, take all 6 of them. Their first day on the job would be at the fire academy. So they could knock off their time frame at the fire academy, come back, do a preceptorship with the hospitals, and have it all set so that our paramedic service would be ready to go on July 1 of 2018. As you go down to the other services, $60,000, this increase accounts for our mutual aid paramedics that the fees that we would pay out to them. It would account for the private billing company is in that, as well as the private QAQI service. So those 3 are all rolled into that amount. When you go down again for the next fire supplies for the $60,000, that accounts for additional fire and EMS supplies, and includes drugs and medications for the ambulances, and updated equipment service fees. So in the capital portion, which we'll go over in a moment, would supply that equipment, but that equipment constantly needs servicing, and to make sure that it's up to par and up to date. And then on the bottom, that increase accounts, the $26,000 accounts for the additional 6 members.
Chief, you've come in a couple of times to the Finance Committee, and I assume to the Selectmen, to present the EMT the paramedic proposal. And part of that was, we've seen two different P&Ls, if you will, for that business model. And this looks like about a $400,000 increase in expenses.
Salary.
And the income side of the equation, there were two pieces, as I recall. One is you were looking at maybe safer grants, and then the other piece to pay for this are increased receipts to the town. And
So if you take your page, your additional page that I handed out.
how's that for reading?
Perfect. So it's a two-sided page. If you look at the one with the gold, more of the gold on it, this is the section of the budget that would be proposed without the grant. This does not include the SAFER grant. This is purely going off of the revenues coming in from the receipts of the ambulance service with the paramedic. And, excuse me, I gotta take a look at these numbers. A little bit small. So in the bottom, in the parentheses, you can see that is the number of the current budget offset. That's the revenues that are in, those are the yearly funds that are put towards our budget to offset it from the ambulance revenues. And each year, for the FY 2018, you can see the significant jump because we're now paying for that service. And then it maintains $775,000 roughly as you move forward for the next 3 years, and that's estimated out. So the way it shows and it figures is that the ability to have the medic service, and it would maintain our budget. It would basically self-fund, fund itself for the next several years and maintain.
Okay, and the incremental $525,000 is coming from where?
The revenues, the additional revenues coming in, the improved service, the increase in service.
In FY 18, I don't think we're getting that incremental revenue, are we? Because your people are out being trained, they're not.
Correct. And so FY 18, that's the first year. That would be, we would not hire them until January. So the first half of the year, we would go through the process, and then in January, then yes, there would be a cost in that first year. The revenue stream would not be in, they would be in the fire academy. The licensure would be being processed and set up. The capital would be done. And so everything would be in place so that July of 2018 would be the beginning of that process to start bringing in revenue. Then there's roughly a 30 to 60 day back lag until the billing actually starts coming in for the medic service. We would still be receiving the revenues from the basic service, but that increase, once the private company started in July, would have a little bit of a lag time until that caught up.
So the same question, I guess maybe this is for Bonnie rather than you, Chief, is where's the money coming from for FY 18?
I would just point out, this is the first time looking at this one too, so the fiscal 17 balance, you see the beginning at 859, that's
Yep.
the accumulated amount that's in the ambulance receipts
Right.
as of the beginning of the fiscal year. And we had programmed 300,000 coming out to offset the budget for this fiscal year. I think the revenue is a little low for this fiscal year. I believe last year we brought in 350,000 just providing BLS service. So I think it's a little low, and I think that the 18 number is maybe a little high because that's not the full fiscal year.
Right, that was my concern, is that we weren't starting it on day one, so you're not going to get the bump
So
in
I think
revenues
the
right away.
revenue in 17 is low, and I think the revenue in 18 is a little high. But overall, it's probably, if you're averaging the 2 years out, it's probably the same, and I'll look at that. But you could see what would happen is the ending of this fiscal year, it's showing at 764. It's probably closer to 864 that it would actually end up at.
Okay.
And then next year, we would probably get, I don't know, 4 to 450 in revenue.
So that
And then we would draw out 825 to draw down some of those reserves to get us through that year of implementation.
Yep.
And then we would build up over the next 3 years to a point where we would offset that 775
Okay,
with
if
the
we-
additional ALS revenue that
And
we
if
would
we
need to
get
run.
the SAFER grant, we're better off.
This is, yes, this is without the grant, so this is the worst
Okay,
case.
so
Right.
it is
So-
sustainable now that the ambulance receipts, using the ambulance receipts for this at this level, does that cause any problem going forward, maintaining the 400,000? You're comfortable with that as a sort of a watershed level for the ambulance receipts, or would you?
Well, I think, I would think it might dip a little bit lower than that and start to recover in '22.
Okay.
And maybe, become even at that level. But that 400,000 would be available, for any capital appropriation or something.
In
or
emergency
longer.
capital or whatever that we might need there. Okay.
If you turn your page over to the bright yellow, this is where it includes the SAFER grant. So the deputy sat in with, just on Thursday, was the first conference call and update on the SAFER grant. So the SAFER grant has changed since we discussed this. It has been changed from 2 years at 100% to 3 years. So the first 2 years, they pay for 75% of the employee, including benefits. And then on the third year, they pay for 35%, including benefits.
So it's 75%, 75%, what was the last?
35%.
As
So,
opposed to 100, 100, and 0.
correct.
Makes more sense.
And what's your confidence level on getting the grant?
So there's 350 million available across the entire country, and there are going to be 300 awards across the entire country. That includes career, call volunteer companies, everything. So it is like winning the lottery. There's, again, 300 awards across for the whole country, and they would be looking to grant those awards sometime between June and September of 2018.
Fiscal
2017, excuse me.
Okay, 2017.
Calendar
So we should not make
2017.
any decisions based on that grant. If we get it, then that's gravy, but we need to
Right,
make a
that's
decision
correct.
without the grant.
Right, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So you say there'll be 300 awards. Do you have any idea how many applicants?
5,000.
Yeah.
It's across
It is
the-
in thousands.
Starting with the red states, I imagine.
Right.
We can file now.
We don't know what the new, we don't know what the new
Cynical there.
administration is going to be.
About a 6%
Yeah,
chance.
it's a federal grant, we don't know.
It is a shot in the dark, but,
yeah,
we
try for
we
it.
would, it opens on Monday. We will apply for it, and, that's the best we can do.
Can you have someone helping you with your grant application?
We will, yes,
Good.
yes.
You have applied for safer grants in the past, right?
And we did receive it in the past.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Yep, we hired 2 additional, when was that, roughly? '07? So, '07, and that's when they changed added 2 additional to the day staff. And went 7
Less
days a week.
likely to get another one or not? We don't know, huh?
Actually, one thing that we do have in favor is that it's bringing us up to the 1710 standard. So
That's the key point in the grant. That's the number one reason to move on, is that you're meeting that goal.
Okay.
So
Right.
of all departments across the country, the only ones that would really be in competition, people doing the same sort of thing we're doing, right?
by increasing it, right, to meet that grant. The one thing that they did
Those that
eliminate.
are already there are already there, and those that are going there are going there.
Right. In the past, they used to award the grant to maintain staffing. So like Fall River and Lawrence, instead of layoffs, they would get the grant money to maintain their staff. That has been eliminated now, so,
And
that's the
also,
benefit.
You have, there's a formula now, we have to take our budget from 2001, 2, and 3. And if that is 80% or less than our budget now, then you move up. So obviously, our budget from those 3, I don't know where they came up with that, but that's what they're talking. So there's a lot of differences in the grant, but there's not as much money as there was in '06. So it's going to be much more competitive. You know,
So it's worth a shot.
You gotta
But
go
we
for
need
it.
to decide whether we want the increased service. And it looks like if if we believe the P&L, we can afford it, but it's going to cost the town to do it.
Investment.
So just real quick, looking forward, the personnel side. So this is a pretty significant increase in personnel, obviously, 25%. I mean, of course.
Correct.
But, so in your estimation, looking out, I don't know, 5, 10 years, what's the next increase in personnel that would trigger, in other words, to have more personnel come on board?
The run volume. Simply the run volume and the call department. We currently have three additional new members of the call department going to the fire academy in March. That's a 5-month program that they volunteer their time to go there. And then they would, after that, they would become active call members. If the call department, maintains activity, that could prolong that. If the run volume increases substantially over the next 5 years or so, and we can't keep up with the volume and rely on additional mutual aid and things of that nature, then we'll have to address adding staff. Correct.
Can you just talk to the timing? Because if this were passed at May town meeting, you're still talking about not starting this until January.
That's correct.
Is that because of the building and so on, other things you got going on, or there's some other reasons for the timing of that?
So with the current paramedic service, we need to give them notice 6 months prior to the end of the fiscal year. That window of opportunity would give us the time, say it passed, it will give us the time to have licensure put into place for the paramedic service, outfit the equipment to convert the ambulances to the ALS level. It'll give us the fall to go through the time frame for the hiring process. And then if we focus on just hiring paramedics and sending them to the fire academy, we would hopefully look to get them into roughly the January academy class. They'd go to the academy for their 12 weeks, get that completed, and then it falls into the time frame of having their preceptorship with the hospital to make sure that we're up to speed, that the hospital wants us to be up to for our medical control. And then in July, we'd be able to implement it. So we could go right to the end of the year, or the end of the fiscal year, and start fresh, July 1, with the paramedic service, the billing and everything. And it really comes down to 6 months. Yes, 6 months that the town is going to have to pay for that additional service before the revenue changes.
Thank you.
The retrofitting of the equipment is built into this, I don't know, fire supplies. One of the numbers that went up, I would assume, any of the retrofitting of the ambulances is included in that.
If you go to your last page on the packet. Into the
Here's
capital.
$1.
All right, so that's in the capital project. We can run down the capital briefly here. Major equipment, that has been increased to $25,000, and one of the reasons for that is apparatus repairs, and specifically for the ladder. We've had some significant hydraulic issues with the ladder truck. That was out of service for several weeks in the last year, having those replaced. There's weeping issues with the hydraulic system. The company that does the testing on it recommends replacement, but it's still in service. So it's not worth spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on replacing all of the hydraulic system when the truck is going to be 30 years old and it's up for replacement. Number 2 is protective clothing replacement. This is an annual thing that's, a rotation for the membership of their protective clothing and gear. The replacement of the ladder. So in the last 2 years, there's been a committee within the department that has researched ladder replacement, ladders, towers. We're looking at a piece of equipment that's going to be here for the next 25 years. To service the changing community. And within that, you look at 15 Gray Road, we have 4-story buildings, we have a hotel now. We're looking to replace our ladder truck with, it's called a tower, large bucket in the front. If we had to, for some reason, do rescues from the 4th floor. We could put that tower right up and have 3 or 4 people walk right off the balcony onto this and put them right to the ground. Compared to a stick, a traditional ladder, it has to be thrown to that. One of our guys needs to go up and conduct a removal, one person at a time. So it's significantly different. And this truck would also have the ability to have water, flow water on it. It would be a quint, so it's a combination of basically a ladder and a pump. But at the cost of 1.125. Anyway, it is a significant ticket, but it would last roughly 25 to 30 years, again, depending on its use and the increased call volume. It basically would equate to, over the life of it, to 2 cruisers a year. And that's kind of, just as a comparison standard. But also understanding that this is one large ticket item, that if it was taken out of the capital fund, it would basically cripple the capital fund, and nobody else would be able to do it. Just personal thought, it would need to be a one-time capital exclusion. But that's ultimately up to you guys to make that decision. And the other is, for the mission budget, outfit the ambulances for the $160,000. That would outfit both of them for all of the equipment that's needed to outfit the existing ambulances. It's not changing the vehicles, it's just supplying paramedic equipment and outfitting, retrofitting the buses for them. And then finally, the refurbishment of Engine 4. Engine 4 is now 10 years old. It's at its half-life. And traditionally, we go through and refurbish the pump. Basically, have a significant tune-up on the motor, some cosmetic work, a little of that. And so at a cost of $125,000, and that'll buy us another 10 years. In the past, there's been a few occasions where we hit that 12 to 13-year point, and you start to notice significant corrosion in the framework and stuff like that. And at that point, it's not worth doing a refurb because you're only going to get another 5 years out of it, and we'd be looking for a replacement. So we feel that if we hit this one at its half-life, they can reseal the framework, prevent the additional corrosion, and get another 10 years out of this piece of apparatus.
I'm assuming, Chief, that engine 2, the one you're looking to replace, is in that situation where it's not refurbishable or anything like that?
And engine 2 is brand new. That's the new one that just came. The ladder. The ladder was refurbed at 15 years.
It was?
Yep. So it's now 30. It's in 2018. It's going to be 30 years old. It takes roughly a year once it's ordered to be made and for it to come in. So it's not something that we can order and say, all right, we'll have it next month. So there is a significant time with it once it's ordered for it to be built.
So how critical is it to replace ladder 2 at this point?
We're kind of on borrowed time with it. It's in service. It is in service. It is operational. If the hydraulics fail on it, it will be placed out of service, depending on the extent of what the repair will be. It would affect our insurance rating in the long run, because it is a piece of fresh line apparatus.
So if we didn't have that, if that happened, if hydraulics failed, it's out of service, then when a call came in that needed that, you just had to call for mutual aid. Is that basically what happens?
That's correct. That's correct. And be an automatic.
And that's where the insurance ratings come in, because you're not going to be able to respond as quickly and so on.
If looking back at the insurance rating, if we did not have a ladder truck, it would potentially increase your insurance 2 to 3%, based off of the average household residence being $1,100 for homeowners insurance in Massachusetts.
I have one more quick question. What's going on with the Unimog?
It's in service.
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen it.
Just about in service.
Just about in service, okay.
It just came back from having, this was the brush truck. Last year, we said we got the military vehicle, and we were able to outfit it. Selectman Carr was nice enough to hook us up with the prison. We only had to pay for paint. The prison painted it. We ordered a skid unit that was able to go in the back. It's basically a 400-gallon tank and a pump, all, included, that can rest on the back of it. It's all been wired up and filled. It's just about in service. So for...
You're going to take the old one out of service? Is that the plan?
As we get, probably over the next year, we'll evaluate it. Right now, it owes us nothing, and it's a piece of equipment that'll probably end up going to auction. So we're going to evaluate that in the next year and have them both up and running.
Can we paint it green and the highway department manager can drive it?
I don't know how good that'll
Okay. Chief, thank you very much. We've run along. I'm going to have to cut you off here, but thank you.
Thank you.
And, we'll probably be discussing the paramedics at a later date as well. Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, moving right along, LCTV.
LCTV.
Yeah.
Shoot, Greg. Yes.
Rory, right?
Rory, yes. Yeah, I was talking about that, where we'll end up making more money. That's what.
Good morning, and Happy New Year. If there are no more further questions, I guess.
Get us back on schedule. Thank you very much. Okay. Rock and roll.
All right. Well, just to get to the nuts and bolts of this thing here, we are level funding our expense budget. The only increase are in the salaries, which are pursuant to the 2%. And the only additional things that we're asking for are some capital expenses. We're going to be upgrading, each year we're going to take a different room that we have currently outfitted for robotic cameras, this being one of them, room 103 and room 307, and we're going to upgrade the cameras to HD cameras. They're SD cameras right now. And we're also asking for some money for the fire station, the community room there, which we're going to put robotic cameras in there and get that ready for another meeting room.
And this is paid for out of your revenues?
Right.
Rather than out of the general fund?
Correct.
Again.
Yeah,
So you're asking for, you're not asking the town.
I'm not asking the town, I'm asking,
Yeah, town meeting had voted to, we had taken the vote that's required now under law to specifically dedicate all of the PEG access funds for the cable operation.
Right, absolutely.
Right.
And how, just a quick question, how is the Boxborough connection working?
great.
I know John Fallon's quite happy with your organization.
Oh, good. Yeah, well, Kirby's done a great job there. He's in charge of the Boxborough productions, and...
I'm told that they rely on him to come, if their questions will come up, Kirby steps from behind the curtain and gives them free advice.
Yeah, he does. He's an active participant in their meetings.
Yeah, on building issues.
Right.
There's good, positive feedback from the Acton Board of Selectmen. Thank you. I mean, the Boxborough.
Yeah, he's worked great with them. It's been great.
Keith, we'll annex Acton after Boxborough.
Great. So, really nice.
And you're running a program with the schools?
Yes.
And how is that going?
That's great. That's our Tiger News Network. We meet every day for an hour. I actually pick the kids up in a van and bring them over to the studio. There's 12 of them. We produce a weekly news show every Friday. We've tried to make the newscast a little shorter this year so that it's easier for teachers, staff, parents, and students to watch them. Just as a FYI, we're not tied into Nielsen or anything for ratings on our cable stations, but we do track our on-demand viewing, and in the past, the most highly rated on-demand show was the Selectmen's Meeting, averaging around 30 views per show, unless it was a hot topic, and we get somewhere around 80. The Tiger News Network averages between 250 and 300 views per week, so.
We watch it every day.
No, it's a nice little piece.
VidCom's not even on the radar.
So anyway, it's going great.
That's good. Okay, any other questions? Do it stand up. No, before. Good work.
Thanks, Mark.
Good.
Great.
Thank you.
They'll get home before the snow. Yeah, man, he threw us all off here, didn't he? Let's see, police.
Next step.
9?
You got 10 minutes, chief. I can do that. You can do that. Welcome.
Obviously, our overall mission didn't change. I'll just talk real quick about first off, the level staffing budget. Basically, everything in the level staffing budget is required by either steps guaranteed by contract or the COLA that was given by the town. So that's what drove everything in the level staffing budget. Any of the increases there, I did check with Bonnie to find what the allowable was, because we did have some movement around to help them, and you notice that the overtime, which typically we've tried to run around 170,000, jumped up to about 192 in this year's level staffing in the patrol side. Part of that's driven because we're trying to keep our staffing levels, especially on the 3 to 11 shift and the day shift. Currently on the day shift, we run a sergeant and 2 cars. And on the 3 to 11 shifts, we run a sergeant and 3 cars. Late night still stays just the 2 patrols. It doesn't, currently, we haven't seen the call volume go up in that section that requires any more. However, the problem, what we're running into is, since last year's authorization to hire an 18th officer on the patrol staffing, like anything else, between long-term sick, injured, and paternity leave, we've been down 2 or 3 since August. And currently, we're down 2. We just had 1 officer resign to go to work for the federal government, and another one's still out on leave at this point in time. So, also too, in the midst of the state in their infinite wisdom, where they were funding more and more mandatory training, they decided not to fund
Mandatory training.
some of the mandatory training aspect to the degree. So now, what they do is they offer the classroom portion, and we have to do all the practical portions in-house now, which before wasn't that way. So currently, like defensive tactics, they do the classroom portion. We have to have our instructors and share instructors with area towns, and we run it in here. All the CPR and the first aid training is now in-house. The state no longer provides that. So again, some of the things that had worked out in the past that had started to drive some of the training overtime costs down have now returned to our department. We're also, I'm looking at that number increase for level staffing and the overtime to try and protect the 3 to 11 shift especially a little bit more. We're currently, as I said to you, we try to run a sergeant and 3, and quite often, it was 58 times last year, we were down to a sergeant and 1, which is our late night staffing on 3 to 11s, to stay within our overtime budget. As you saw, probably looking at, the end of year last year, our numbers were pretty much right on. We didn't have to come back for anything, but, we had to, it was tight. There's not a lot of wiggle room there. So that basically, for the level staffing budget, like I said, pretty much is driven by, again, the COLAs and the steps. On capital, if I could talk about, we'll jump to capital, then we'll jump to missions, if I can get the capital out of the way. Capital budget, obviously, it's our standard two cruiser replacement on the 10-year plan. That's what we try and do. We try and, cycle 2 cars a year, typically out of our 6-car fleet. So by the time it gets to the 3rd year, they're pushing 100,000 plus miles. And, this day and age, a lot of people say 100,000 miles, that's nothing on a car, but on a cruiser, trust me, in the 3rd year, the repair costs skyrocket on the cars. So it's just our standard 2-car replacement that we've done every year. The Cybercom Public Safety Maintenance, that's the maintenance agreement to protect all the infrastructure and the radio systems within the building. It protects police, fire, and highway, and it protects about a $1.5 million investment that the town has made into the infrastructure. Tires, we go through tires, it is what it is, between snow tires and the regular tires we run. Again, I've explained to people in the past, the tire that we run is not the typical tire that you and I may buy as a regular consumer. They're a softer tire, they're made for more grip, they're made they're made for high-speed driving, but they're also made for, to hold the road better than your typical tire. So, we may only get 20,000 miles out of a set of tires, 20 to 30,000 miles out of a set of tires, where you buy a set of tires and we're talking, 50,000 miles plus. And last but not least is the K-9 utility replacement. When the K-9 came on board, we gave him was actually the original utility that the town had bought. It was the first one when we switched over to the Ford, K-9, the Ford SUVs. Currently, we price that at $30,000. As you see, that's a big deviation from the top one. Part of that is right now is between a grant and the Police K-9 Foundation. They have $26,000 that they'd be donating towards this cost. There is also further fundraising going on this winter, so this cost, I believe, will drive down even more. They're just gearing up for their fundraising events right now for this year. So that cost will drive down even further. That car currently has over 100,000 miles on it, and it was the first year that Ford came out with the SUV, so it's had its gremlins throughout its service. But since that year, Ford has really, it's become again like having the old Crown Vic. They're very, they're bulletproof, but it is time to replace his car.
They hold up their accidents.
At least from behind.
But that's a similar vehicle, it's 117,000, it's just the fundraising and so on, the donations that make it 30.
Correct.
But it's a full vehicle, it's not.
It is correct.
Okay.
It's the full setup, everything else. Right now, they have the cars cost obviously about $56,000 to $58,000 fully equipped. We know what that number is that they currently have on board. I only believe that number will go down by probably another 8,000 to 10,000 by the time their fundraising gets off, because I know what they did last year in fundraising. So, hopefully that'll get down to around $20,000 to $22,000.
So why is that 55 as opposed to 117? It's a regular?
Two. Times two.
Oh,
Because one K-9
gotcha.
is
Okay, I
two,
can do that math. Good, thank you.
two cruisers. And also the K-9, we're also able to turn over a couple of things that we were able to turn over the dog box, we're able to turn over the K-9 box and the other one. There's been a couple of changes in the other cars for cages, so that's one reason that's driven that cost. So we're able to reuse, what we can obviously out of the cars. I'm hoping, next year looking into the future, we've still got the same budget for cruisers, and I think next year we might be able to drive down a little bit, because I think we'll be able to reuse cages and reuse, boxes, but that's for next year.
How often does the K-9 unit go out on calls?
Last year in town, I try to remember exactly, I think he had 36 in-town calls, and mutual aid, he was, in the border towns, Second. He did 28 mutual aid calls and 10 NEMLAC calls. We did 38 out-of-town calls also. And then he's got, obviously, his training days. He also did demonstrations at Shaker Lane School, Russell Street School, and he'll be coordinating the high school canine search at some point with the schools as usual.
When did the K-9 come on board?
He's been on now, this will be when did he exactly want? It's a good question, I don't remember the exact date. About a year and a half.
Is that a 24-hour service?
Yes, it is, yep. We
He-
call him at home, he comes.
Okay, so if another town needs your expertise, they could call when needed?
If they need our K-9, yes. However, it's also a great thing because Westford and Groton both have K-9s also, so it's great for us too. So if for some reason, Patrolman Casey and Bojack are on vacation or not here, there's a great mutual aid system here between, and then it reaches out actually as far as even Chelmsford and that way. So it's really good for everyone involved.
But this vehicle is only used when the dog goes out?
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct. So,
It wouldn't be appropriate to use it for as a general vehicle?
no, because trust me when I tell you, you wouldn't want to get in the car, it stinks. As clean as he keeps it, trust me when I tell you. We've had a couple of the new officers have to break in with Brian, and they weren't too pleased about having to be in the car. He keeps it spotless and clean. Now, the lifespan of a brand-new K-9 cruiser will probably, I'm looking at probably 5 to 6 years minimum. Because we see that similar to the detectives' cruisers. Obviously, with one officer driving it, on the 4-day-a-week or 4 and 2 schedule, where it's starting at 0 miles. When we gave him the car, it already had 70-some thousand miles on it. So,
Look at your mission budget.
sure. Okay, mission budget. Mission budget, basically, I'm looking to try and add one more, a new detective, the 19th officer, which we had talked about before the Finance Committee last year. Basically, the 19th officer hiring is the same as it was last year. It's to place a third officer in the detective unit. Currently, the detective unit is the sergeant, Detective Sergeant Pablo Fernandez, and Detective SRO Michael Crowley. The unit, right now, you see what the Detective Sergeant's current, week breakdown looks like. He's doing about 65% investigations, and what's suffering is many of the supervisory parts of it. And it's suffering only because Michael, the school SRO has become so busy within the school system handling, it's amazing the amount of domestic issues, sexual assaults, and I'm not saying these are happening in the schools, but they're being reported to, whether it be, they're being reported in the schools, and that's part of Michael's, Detective Corey's purview to follow that up. So basically, during the school year, he's almost lost to us as a regular line detective. He handles what comes in for the schools. Detective Sergeant Fernandez currently is trying to pick up the backup for what comes in from the, if you will, the regular, the call-in side of things. And the problem with suffering is things like, we've all seen recently what happens when an evidence room is mismanaged. We've seen it in the news, we've seen it, that's part of his responsibilities. Currently, he tells me he's lucky if he can get, an hour or so a week out of his schedule. Now, we have been augmenting some of this with overtime and things of that nature to try and help, but, that only works for so long, both with Michael and Detective Fernandez. We'd like to get down his case investigations, you see on page 2, down to about a third of his time. We'd really like to be able to get back to reviewing case dispositions. This is case dispositions for the entire department. Supervisory case review, which is reviewing the cases that are within the Bureau itself. Background investigations, that's just our internal ones. He also assists us with any major background investigation that the town has asked us to do, whether it be on the hiring of a new assistant treasurer, assistant town administrator, whatever they field our way, for the extra side of things, while I participated, and obviously, they're the ones who are going out and digging that up. New cases and walk-ins, we're hoping to give him more time so he can take some of the pressure off of the patrols with cases that can just go directly to the Bureau. About 10% of his time we'd like to see him spend in the evidence room. Court and hearings, that is what it is. He's still at 7%. It's going to stay the same because we don't have any choice on that. And there's normal report approval, whether it be from him, from also from patrol, because he looks and decides what cases will stay within the Bureau and what cases may get put back to patrol. But it's a simple vandalism that can easily be solved by the patrol, because you also want to build the patrol skills for the future. You give back your minor cases as you can to the patrol side of things, and let them run with it under his supervision. So we're really trying to up his administrative game to a degree. Some of the things that we're having problems doing right now and what's causing us suffering, especially like narcotics investigations. Narcotic investigations are take an extreme amount of time. We use a lot of different techniques and things of that nature to try and drive down the staffing hours that are needed to do them, but, we're just not getting to them because of there are other cases that are either A, more urgent, or B, are in the door, and the sexual assaults, for one, especially in the family, have gone up, and they are very, very time-consuming and tedious. The district attorney's office now is involved, and what happens with that is there's sane interviews, there's multiple interviews that the officers have to be involved in, and, just the cases are very technical. We're also seeing, we don't see as many breaking and enterings, thankfully, as we used to. What we do see more of now are frauds, larcenies. It's more white-collar theft, if you will, than necessarily the breaking and enterings. Now, we did just have a rash of them, which we all know got solved the other day, but that's how they tend to run. They'll run in a group, and then they either move on, or unfortunately, they live in the area and they continue to a degree. And a lot of hours, a lot of staff hours were spent on that. We ran undercovers for, I don't remember how many nights, which we know that neighborhood knew we were out there because they saw us driving around in these strange cars and called it in. So we knew the neighborhood had listened. We knew the neighbors had started to listen to us, that please call in anything strange you saw. It was just happened to be our individuals who were the strange individuals at that point. So, that's what the 19th officer drives. Now, you'll notice I did steal some money from overtime, from the 190 back down to 170 to do that. Some of that reasoning is this detective will also be a night detective. Bodies around still make a difference in how I look at it. Similar to what the fire chief said. During the day shift, Monday through Friday, it doesn't bother me as much to run down to a sergeant and one car on the road, because the chief and deputy and myself and the deputy are still police officers. We, listen to the radio and we go out, and also Detectives Sergeant Fernandez and Mike Crory both pay attention to their radios and will respond to certainly, super emergencies. When we had I go back to when we had one of the bank robberies up on Great Road, I looked around and I counted how many people there, and I had 13, I think there was 13 Littleton uniforms there, between what was responded just was working the day shift, and then all my details stripped and went down to it, and, it was kind of shocking, but, so, day shift, again, we kind of augment that way. On the 3 to 11 shift, depending on what the detectives are doing, and obviously we check, if he's gonna be in town doing investigations, well, I feel more comfortable, we still have another body, another police officer, even though he may not be in a marked car. Certainly, everyone knows the silver and the black, SUVs today are what they are, and he's still another police officer who can help respond to calls. So that's one reason I felt good there. I also felt because our overtime that we currently put over to investigations will also drop because the individual will be working nights. It's another person in there to pick up that slack, and I expect their piece of the pie would be 90% investigations and 10%, which would be, whether it be reports and report writing and things like that. It really would be, they would really concentrate on the investigations. Mike Crory, in the detective SRO, the great thing about this also would be that he wouldn't get yanked out of the schools. When we do have, certain things that come in the door that we have to investigate, Mike does get yanked from the schools to assist with those, as needed. We try not to do that because his stuff backs up. This would allow him to really concentrate on the high school, and I think get down into our plan would be, is to get him into some of the other schools that he really doesn't have the time to deal with to some degree. He would also handle pretty much all the juvenile things that come in, which he currently does, but even throughout the summer, or, during vacation times. His assignment also would be permanently to run the Student Police Academy, I think of its nature. It also would allow us to continue something that I think, while it isn't part of, I would say it's not a budget item, but it becomes a budget item to agree. We encourage, and have encouraged many of our officers, and we have at least 2 right now that are coaching in high school sports or other ways. And I would hate to have to limit that, but there are times that it has interfered because they've made a commitment to coach full-time. And granted, this is their full-time job, but, it's pretty bad to say, okay, for the next 2 weeks, because we're running this case, you can't be there to coach. And that's not fair either. And, but having those officers deal or interact with the students in that way is, you can't put a price on that, if you will. It's just so important. And I want to encourage more to do it, to be quite honest with you. Because in this day and age, the more interaction, I believe, with law enforcement, with our whether it be our young or anyone, is great. So that's basically why we're looking for the 19th. It's no different than last year when I became before the FinCom. The board was gracious and granted me the 18th officer through the selectmen to support it.
I have a question.
Yep.
So whenever you, and Scott's good at this too, it seems like the new people are always going to be partially paid for a reduction in overtime. But the overtime never gets asked to be increased. So it doesn't come out of the overtime budget gets less, or the overtime actuals get less.
Well,
this is always the.
I did ask, if you look, they did ask for overtime increase
Okay.
this year. One of the reasons I feel comfortable with bringing it down is because of the coverage that I would gain from having the night detective, and also less overtime spent hopefully in investigations. Excuse me for transparency, page 2, if you change page 2 on this one, I apologize, it's reversed how I should have done it. This is, as Betsy knows, I try and be transparent as far as cost. This is the fiscal impact for an officer at their different steps. A probationary officer with everything, and this is towns, parts included, OPEB, the works, is about $88,000. And it goes up through the steps. If we hired as allowed by contract a patrolman at step 3, basically cost the town $100,000 between salary and, and its, associated hidden costs, if you will. It's a, basically, for my budget, it's about a about a $57,000 increase, and, that's at step 3, and the town obviously is on the hook for approximately another 44 in hidden costs. And that's something that always, I think, it gets lost on the employee also, but it's, and I've always tried to keep up front on what the cost is.
You are, we all need to be aware of that, and I think the town needs to be aware of that. When you talk about hiring someone, you're almost doubling their salary in terms of what it actually costs to bring somebody on board, and so.
Well, and the OPEB for law enforcement is extremely high. I mean, I was shocked, Bonnie gave me the OPEB cost for dispatch yesterday, and the dispatch OPEB is about $1,850 compared to, $12,000 for a law enforcement officer. So, but again, I realize it costs money, and I realize they cost money, but I also would say to you that, I believe the need is there. Can you just start these off?
Chief, maybe 5 minutes, I know.
Yep.
We're running late here, so.
I'm believing the fireman's chief on that one. I'm
Yeah.
calling it all his fault. I'm calling a mulligan here. I'm calling a mulligan here. Basically, again, real quick here on the, this is just more to be to look at. This is just some selected offenses. Last year, some went down, some went up. General offenses are up, accidents, of course, are up, suspicious activities are up, family disturbances in general are up, larcenies down by 4. I'm happy to say that our violent crime stayed pretty level, pretty, ebbed off pretty well. It stays about the same every year, it seems, that where we're at.
Impact to the point?
Excuse me?
Impact to the point?
Point still, the calls are still, driven there. There's again, we went up by approximately 1,500 calls for service last year as compared to the year before, or different calls. About 200 of that is in motor vehicle stops, and the rest is in just general, could be general calls for service, could be, it's just, it's no different than, there's an impact from 15 Great Road, there's an impact from the point, not all serious crime, it's just, some of it's just lockouts of motor vehicles, so if I can real quick, jumping down, still in the mission budget, the control center, which is if you can look at this sheet here, which is a call analysis for 2016 on it. That's just real quick, proposing to bring on another person to the control center, and that's why the front page on the cost is there. We're looking to put that person on to be a Monday through Friday, and basically from 10 o'clock, or, 10 a.m. in the morning till till 7 o'clock at night, or 10 till 6, depending. Shows the, you can see the calls to service, they start to spike up at about 7 o'clock in the morning, and they start to kind of ebb down about 8 o'clock at night. And obviously, on page 2, if you look, you can see your Monday through Friday call analysis, obviously. We run kind of opposite of what cities do. Friday and Saturday nights, their calls spike. Ours tend to spike Monday through Friday. And we're looking to put the supervisor on that shift. That way the supervisor always would see 2 shifts. Would see the day shift and the 3 to 11 shift. And it also it gives us the backup for, the heavier call volume. Now, this town is very strange sometimes. Can I tell you that every single Monday through Friday is exactly the same? No, I cannot. Just like Scott said, the back-to-back calls are crazy. The back-to-back accident calls, while our accidents were up, I would say to you that our back-to-back accident calls are also up. It's nothing to do necessarily with weather. It just seems like the moon is in the wrong position, and next thing you know, you get 7 accidents in a day. None of those accidents, just so you know, 495 is not equated in any of these statistics you look at. Unless we cover the accident, we only cover, which would be to book the accident, if you will, take the information, about 3 accidents a year out there. If it's.
So you get called in, but they're not in your statistics
That is
here.
correct.
Interesting.
Because the state police covers that. That's in our mutual aid response call number. So any of the accidents we go to, which 80% of the time, we're the first ones out to the motor vehicle accident. But because it's not our responsibility, if you will, it isn't counted as an accident for us. So just so you know that it's not skewed by any of the, by Route 2 or 495. Again, I know people cost money. We're a growing community. The point's only getting bigger. We are adding more and more residents to the community. We're a huge pass-through community. If you look at it, you look at the town of Westford, who's twice our size, and they have 2 exits off of highways, and we have 4. We have 2 off of 495 and 2 off of Route 2. And basically, to get anywhere from around the border towns, out from Groton, Pepperell, Ayer, Shirley, pretty much anywhere out, you're coming through the town of Littleton to head to Boston, one way or the other. Our transient traffic does account for a majority of our, if you will, self-initiated work that the patrols do. We have also participated, or I should say, gone to the kind of the new realm of policing is arrests are the last resort. Arrests, have been found that they impact, people so badly that, the suicide rates and other things go up. So there are certain things that obviously, you do it, you're gonna get arrested for it. You caught drunk driving, you're getting arrested, domestic assault batteries, those mandatories. But what we're really participating is now is what's called a summons arrest, where if someone's caught operating after suspension, let's say, they'll get a ticket, they'll get summons to court, they won't get put in handcuffs and brought to jail, which is, which is legal to do, but, I would say to you that, we're participating overall in everything that we can do as a law enforcement agency to give the best service, to the community that we serve.
Would you also say, part of this, and I don't know what percentage of your calls are related to the ambulance service and so on, but this kind of correlates with the whole investment in the ALS too, right? Because if his call volume is going up and so we need to invest all this in the fire department, then that's related in this call too, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we just talked about that.
Okay.
The charts look very similar.
Yeah.
The graph.
Yeah, so they're
You
not.
spike around 4 or 5 p.m.
They came out of the same printer.
Right.
Well, certainly, to be honest with you, if our calls are going up and fire calls are going up, well, we both back each other up
Right,
on
you're
many
going
different
anyway.
things, so you're absolutely right, and again, it's in preparation for, I think it's needed now, but it's also in preparation for when the EMD service comes back to the dispatchers here, especially during at least that grouping, I would say to you it's important. And not that I'm big, I'll finish off with this, not that I'm, big on talking about what other towns doing, but pretty much every border town to us has at least now is running 2 people on the desk or on the clock, except for Harvard actually now is in the regional dispatch over at Devon's. Air runs 2 dispatchers around, actually, from day shift of 3 to 11. Acton runs 2 all the time, Westford runs 3, most of the time 2 over on late nights, obviously different sized town. Groton kind of has what I'm trying to do is the hybrid. Also, all the border towns do is, other than the towns that don't really have, or Rockford and another school system, run the 2 detective and 1 SRO program. Acton has 3 SROs, Westford has 3 SROs, plus the detective unit. So, while I'm not saying do it because they do it, I'm just letting you know, this is nothing above the norm. I believe we really needed to do the investigations. There are some hybrids that we can talk about later in there of trying to maybe do some part-time hirings and things like that to start off with, to lessen some of the costs, but this is kind of where we sit.
Just one quick, I'm always get curious how these things work. So there's an accident on 495, the state police do, they may need some help, and they call it some mutual aid. You
Well,
also.
90% of the time, we get the call first.
So somebody calls Littleton because they're here
right.
and they know.
Or, yeah,
So it doesn't
or
go to.
911.
Okay.
It can be either or.
Okay.
Most of the time, the state police in Concord, which is our area
Right.
here basically, runs 2 patrols. That patrol runs from Alewife on Route 2 all the way to the Harvard border, 495 from Harvard to Andover, and Route 3 from 128 to the New Hampshire border, and they'll run 2 or 3 patrols. So we're always, again, 80% of the time, we're the first call there. Now, that could come from the state, it can come from 911, it can come from many different directions.
And mutual aid just means you just help out. There's no money involved, go back and forth or anything like that.
No,
Everybody
no.
just pitches in and helps
No,
out.
because it's just like if we, just like the fire department,
Right.
if they put on a second, third, fourth alarm, there's no charge for the people to come.
Right.
Just as when they call for us, we
Yeah,
go.
we talked the other day, I'm commuting 495 now, which I hadn't done for a while, and
Lucky.
75 is the new 65, right? I mean, if you're going 75, people are zipping by you.
75 is kind of
Yeah,
slow.
exactly, well, they are, yeah, exactly, you feel like you're slowing everybody up. So that's got to impact, I mean, but you said that they don't patrol, no, there's never any patrol, nobody ever gets pulled aside for speeding anymore, so it's just interesting that it ends up costing us
It's
in
just,
the
you
long
know,
run.
it's, yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray.
Have a great rest of the weekend. Enjoy the snow.
Okay, library? Sam?
It's 5 minutes behind.
Library, 17.
Yeah, that's the key. Try to make it up.
Yeah.
Sam, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good.
All righty.
Ready?
Yeah.
All right, hello, everyone. So in the level staffing budget, we're basically asking for the regular step increases and COLA increases. Nothing too different there. For expenses, we are requesting an 11.29% increase, or about $10,365 over this current fiscal year. That's to cover our expenses for things like books and other materials. For those of you who don't know, the state requires that we be certified, and that requires that we spend a certain amount of our budget on materials. Last year it was $103,000. This year it's around $106,000. It increases by about 2.5% every year. And that requirement is for state certification, and if we are not certified, then we're not allowed to engage in reciprocal borrowing with other libraries. That means our patrons can't come to us, can't go to other libraries and borrow books with their library card. Also, we wouldn't receive any state aid, like the construction grant we're planning to apply for. In the mission budget, we are looking for an increase of 2 staff members' hours. Our children's librarian, we would like to increase by 4 hours a week. I believe this would actually restore her to where she was previously. I think a few years ago, the budget was cut and she had to lose some hours. So that would be restore her hours, and it would allow us to basically offer more children's programming. Our children's programming attendance at programs have increased every year. I think last year it increased by about 500 kids that came to our summer program.
Is that currently a benefited position now, or?
I believe so, yes. And then the second staff member would be one of our library assistants. Right now, she works about 6 hours a week. I'm looking to increase her by another 6 hours so that she can help with covering the desk. We have more patrons coming in, so it'll just help with desk coverage and other staff coverage as needed.
Can I just ask, you mentioned the 500 kids increase, what's the denominator on that? 500 over, how many were in it before?
So I think last year we had about 2,000 attendees at all the programs for the whole year. So it was about 1,500 before, so it increased.
Wow, so that's, percentage-wise, that's huge.
So that also includes teen programs. We've also been increasing our adult programs over the year to try to get more people in. And so because of the increase in the staffing that I'm requesting under mission, that means I have to increase the expenses budget slightly, because the state certification works by the total appropriation and a percentage of that, so that increases the expenses. So that would be about $21,963, I think, for total.
Okay, so that 21,000 is including the supply?
Right.
Okay.
So that's, as far as salary and expenses, that's about it. For capital, we are requesting $7,500 for furniture. That's to replace some of the staff furniture is outdated and worn out. so we're looking to replace that. Also to buy additional bookcases. We did have someone who specializes in ADA compliance come in, and she said our bookcases, our aisles are too narrow and they're too high, and so we'd like to make them more compliant.
So any of those kind of things purchased, so would also be used if there were a new building and so on?
Right, we would just move them over. So that's as far as furniture goes. We're also working, which is not included, unfortunately, I apologize for that. We're working with Bill to explore how to change the elevator, because the ADA person was horrified by the way the elevator works. She said that if somebody was on the ground floor and needed to use, so right now, you need to use a key to access the elevator from either the ground floor or the third floor. And so someone with in a wheelchair, could not get to the main floor, the second floor, to get a key. Or if somebody collapsed, they wouldn't have a way to get, and also there are people who might have dexterity issues, like hand issues. So that's an issue. So Bill is working on getting a quote, I believe, to find out how much it would cost to maybe change the settings on the elevator so that the key isn't required. And then finally, the building, the new building project. I gave Keith a cost estimator. So Thursday night, I finally got, we hired an independent cost estimator to do the budget. He came up, did everybody get it? Does anybody need a copy?
Yeah, no.
Okay. So basically, the one figure that is not in there is the appraisal, the value of the land, the slope site. We are working with 3 appraisers right now to figure out how much what the value of the land is, and MBLC will give us a credit for that value. Right now, we're working on getting that. We have to get 3 appraisers because that's what MBLC requires. We will take the second highest value that's given to us, and that's what we'll use as the value. So the cost estimator came up with a value of $11.7 million for the project if it was done right now, and then a $3 million inflation escalation over the next 36 months. I'm not sure if we'll actually use that. Steve would probably know, but.
It's an awful lot.
That's a lot.
It's excessive. Yeah. It should be about 4% a year.
Okay. So that would bring it up to 14.7 million if it was done in the future, if that $3 million holds up, which obviously we can't know. Once MBLC gives us an Excel sheet where we can plug in all these numbers and estimate what the projected award might be, and so that came out to about 6.5 million with the $4.7 million price tag. I kind of played around with the Excel sheet to figure out, what would a lower cost be, and it was basically about the same. It was between 6 and 6.5 million for the grant. And then MBLC also considers the inflation and escalation costs. So when they actually decide how much we would get, they would consider that in their award.
The numbers that they approve are the numbers that would be reality when it's being built, not today's numbers.
Right. So, any questions about anything?
And sort of the timing for, I know you've sent in your application, right?
Right, it's due on January 26th, so we haven't sent it in yet.
Okay.
And then,
Okay.
between now and July, reviewers will review our application along with the 33 other libraries that are applying. And they will visit the library, figure out what our need is. It's basically based on need. So our architect believes we fall somewhere towards the end. So hopefully so everybody gets something, and then the first round is announced in July. And then it'll probably be about 5 or 6 libraries that are announced. And then everybody else gets put on a waiting list. And the next award will be announced every year after that, unless one town that doesn't make it, doesn't pass. So then that money gets returned, and then they announce somebody else who's on the list. Right.
Sam, you had a public meeting Thursday night?
Right, we had a public meeting Thursday night. The architect basically presented his designs that we're going to submit in our application. That's available on LCTV if you want to watch it. The presentation is also on our website, littletonlibraryproject.org. And there were a lot of questions that were asked, I think, from the public. We had quite a few people here, and they, I think they were pretty satisfied with the answers they gave.
Actually, you said that, your estimator said that we fall towards the end. Do we
Our
fall to-
architect.
Our architect,
Yeah.
excuse me, our
He said
architect.
in
Do we
like-
fall to the 30 to 33, or do we
No,
fall to
towards
the
the
5 to
middle,
the 6?
to- yeah.
To the middle of the pack?
Middle and the low, so.
Handicapping,
Okay.
whether or not we'd get approved in July, is that what he's saying? That we'd fall towards the end?
We would probably fall on the waiting list instead of making the first round, is what I mean. So the first round, first announcement is made in July. We don't know how many announcements are going to be made. We do know that the state has earmarked $110 million so far for this project. For construction grants. For construction grants, but they don't give it all in one lump sum. They give it out in little pieces. So MBLC takes how many pieces they have, so maybe it's only $20 million, and they decide how many libraries they can give money to based on that. And then the next year, they get another piece of the pie and another piece of the pie. And so that's how they fund it. Okay.
Great.
Anything else?
Watch this space for more information.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so in May, we will be at town meeting asking for the town to approve basically the application, which I'll already have submitted, but we have 6 months to do that. The request will also be for approving the design, which will also change after the grant is announced. We can go back and make changes if we need to the final engineering plans. And then the third vote will be for the slope site. The school committee did vote to give us the slope site, but we'll require two-thirds of the town to vote to approve it.
So do you have a ballpark figure? You're going to be asking for money for the design, so...
No. We're not asking for anything, and just for the votes. The
Oh,
financial
okay,
portion,
okay.
when we're actually told we get their word, we have 6 months from then to go to town meeting again to ask for the second half, the financial portion.
Okay.
So that's a few years, hopefully down the road.
Hopefully a few years.
Okay.
So what is town meeting actually approving?
In May?
In May.
To approve the application that I already have submitted. So basically approving that, that the town will request this grant and that we can receive the grant from the state.
Retroactive.
Right. The second vote will be for the design, and then the third vote is for the land, which normally wouldn't be the case for other libraries, but because of the way it all kind of worked out with the parcels.
It's a transfer of ownership.
Right.
Correct.
And that's conditional.
And it's conditional based
Conditional
on.
Within the town.
Right.
Conditional upon award of the grant and the subsequent town meeting vote to fund the local share. So it's, at some level, it's a procedural, I mean, not to discount that it's still an important opportunity for the community to say how they feel about a new library. But these are the steps that we're taking to satisfy the funding agency. And they are, in essence, conditional votes that they require, but they are all subject to further votes of town meeting, at which future point, we will actually put any money on the table and officially transfer the property.
Great.
So when you got hired as librarian, is this what you thought you'd be spending your time doing?
Saving a lot of time and effort.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank you, Sam.
Hey, Mike. How's everybody doing? Wonderful. And you?
Handout for you guys.
Ready?
All right. When we got here this morning.
So, the package that I sent to you guys yesterday, which we will also be going over at our next school committee meeting this coming Thursday, shows that our initial analysis of what would be required to remain level serviced is an increase of about $1.15 million. As you can see listed on the first page, there's expected increases such as contractual salary increases as well as some sped increases, but there's also items related to operations outside the classroom, supplies and materials, some staffing requirements,
which we need to meet a growing and changing student body, as well as a proposal regarding full-day kindergarten, which is right now tuition-based. The second page, just going to talk a little bit on each page about the different items. The salary increase, as always, is the most significant driver and accounts for over 50% of the overall request. The increase in sped, tuition, and transportation is definitely lower than what we've seen in the past years. We just want to keep in mind that, sped expenses can change during the budgeting process and even during the school year. But right now, this is what we expect to happen based on the current population of students that are receiving CASE and out-of-district services. The next slide, talking about some of the operational costs. The increase for the custodial contractor, we had a contract, a low bid contract, and we awarded it to the winner of the bidding process, and it was awful. We weren't getting the level of service that we needed, and really were spending the money poorly. When the contract was up, instead of going to a low bid process, we went to the state-approved list, and we hired a vendor that was on that list, and we didn't have to go with the low bid. So the service that we're paying for now is $40,000 higher than what we had been paying under the old contract, but we're a lot happier. We're getting the benefit of the money that we're spending. Okay?
And the 40,000 over, what was the base?
Yeah, correct, exactly.
But what was the base?
I'd have to look at that, and we'll show that in more detail when we
Okay.
get farther into the budget
I was
process.
curious what the
Yeah, I
percentage
don't,
increase
off the
is
top
on
of my
those
head,
things.
I don't know what it is. What it is, too, is you got to keep in mind, this is for the night cleaning at the middle school, Russell Street, and Shaker Lane. We have full-time in-town employees that do the night cleaning at the high school. We have full-time employees that work one custodian in each of the other three buildings during the day, but at night, those three buildings don't have in-town staff. We've always contracted that out, and it's been a challenge. It really has been, and we even debated trying to pull them in, but we felt like this would be a better effort. Spend a little bit more money, see if we can get what we feel we need. Exactly, and if we are, while it's more expensive than what we were paying, it's certainly less expensive than trying to hire full-time staff and do the benefits and everything else with it. So that's where right now. The projected water increases, we've all seen it. The Littleton Water Department has raised their rates a little bit. Maybe we're going to get some good news with the advent of the, use of the very fine plant again. That would be great, but right now, we're looking at our usage and what the rates they're charging. We think we need to increase that line item by about $30,000. Our cafeteria staff, we haven't given raises to lately, and they're below the prevailing market wage in other schools and even in the private sector. So we just want to get them caught up. The supplies and materials at each building, we want to increase by $2,500 in each building for a total of $10,000. We've been level funding this line. This is for, like office supplies, paper, toner. It's not curriculum materials. It's just other stuff that they use in the building. Exactly, and we've been making them stretch their dollars further and further every year, so we're just trying to, give them a little bit of relief in that regard. All right.
I just asked about the cafeteria staff. I'm surprised we have standard raises that we get across. Why wouldn't the cafeteria staff get those?
Because they're not union, it's not part of the LEA
And they're not
contract.
full-time or something like that? Or-
I think they're
Just as
full-time.
town employees, don't people get some standard increases?
I don't think they're on any kind of step and lane,
Well,
I don't know.
They're non-union.
yeah.
okay.
All right. So this slide talks about adding some staff. Based on growing student population at Russell Street, we need to add a regular classroom teacher. We need to add an ELL teacher, which is for students that need services for English as a second language. Our demographic is changing a little bit. That's a requirement. You have to provide that service. We've always had it on the books. We haven't really had to fully fund that kind of position because we haven't had enough kids that require those services. But now we're finding out that we're going to need that. And that person would be working through different classrooms at Russell Street and Shaker Lane. The other challenge that we're having is we have one gym teacher, one art teacher, one music teacher that cover both Shaker Lane and Russell Street. And because the class sizes are rising and we've added a couple classrooms over the last couple of years, trying to squeeze all those kids into a gym class or a music class with just one teacher for each of those specials is becoming more of a challenge. So what we would do here is use the $55,000 to either hire 2 part-time, half-time, 1 half-time gym teacher, 1 half-time art teacher, or 1 person that could conceivably do both. We don't know how feasible that is, but, you know, if we could do it, we would do it. We would hire 1 person to do it. But that's going to help us keep those class sizes for those special classes more manageable, but it also allows the administration in those buildings to schedule better. It's difficult right now when they're trying to jam all those kids in. There's just a few blocks for those classes being offered, and it's causing some strain in how they run their school day, so that will alleviate that. The Title I Math is a part-time hire to support students who need additional instruction in math at Russell Street and Shaker Lane. The middle school assistant principal, we had a part-time assistant principal several years ago, and then we let that position lapse when we had to make some cuts. We're finding now that, you know, there's asking the middle school principal to handle all of their regular duties along with the state mandated responsibilities such as anti-bullying programming and reporting, educator evaluation, and then do all of the curriculum development, discipline, et cetera, is really becoming more than a one-person job. And we're suffering and we're not getting the level of service we feel we need across the board on all those different things. This person would primarily deal with student discipline, anti-bullying, things like that, and would free the principal to be more of a curriculum development, student achievement, looking at a longer term horizon than just day-to-day discipline issues that are occurring in the building.
Before we leave this slide, Mike, the Russell Street classroom teacher, apparently there's population increase.
Yep.
The specials, gym, art, music,
Yep.
apparently is population
Yep.
increase. Same question I ask every year, is do you see the population increase getting to the point where we're going to be looking at bricks and mortar?
Yeah, so we're looking at that. Right now, we don't think so, but we're going to take a better look at that. Really, I think what we need to do, and we've talked about this as a school committee, and we haven't really started to implement it, it's not a question of do we need to or don't we need to. We need to know at what point would we need to. Right. Where's the break point? And it's a tricky question to answer because we have space in the buildings that's not being used for regular education, whether it's a case classroom or it's a repurposed for, a computer lab or something like that, that we could conceivably, pull back to regular education and wouldn't necessarily, but it would have ramifications down the line. If we don't offer a case classroom, for example, then we have to send those kids somewhere else to receive those services. It's not like we're not going to provide them. Now we have a transportation, increase. Exactly. So it's a tricky, complex issue to analyze and address, but we are talking about it, and we will do, we will make an effort to figure it out. And really, again, it's not like we're saying, oh, well, gee, we haven't seen a growth in a while, forget it, we don't have to worry about it. It's like, no, we should know. It should be something that we all have reference to, so that whether it's under the next generation of people sitting in these seats will say, oh, well, they looked at it and they said they think the break point is here, and that point. And then the other thing would be to think about as a group is, is it a new building? Is it wings on existing buildings? What are the alternatives to just, do we have to acquire more property to do it? Where does that fit into our priorities of other things we might want to acquire property for? So.
Absolutely.
So we're definitely thinking about that.
Mike, what's the magic number? It used to be you wanted to have 22 students per teacher. Is that still pretty much where you want to be?
That's where we want to be. Like, I would say, 18 to 22 would be ideal, but we'll live with 20 to 24. Okay. And anything, if we start creeping up, and this is, again, tricky question. At the elementary level, it's easy to think about it like that. Yeah. At the middle school and high school level, where it's more subject-oriented and not everybody takes every subject, then it becomes a little different. Right. And some subjects lend themselves to having more kids in the classroom, and some subjects clearly need fewer kids in the classroom. Right. If it's a lab-based thing, we would only want, 15 to 18 kids in the classroom if we could do it.
Right. So, but yeah, Russell Street or
exactly. That's what we're striving. And we also have, contract language that kind of enforces us to. We would probably want to do it anyway because we think it definitely has a measurable impact on the quality or lack thereof of the delivery of education. But we have contractual language that we have to keep an eye on. how we define that versus how the LEA defines it, sometimes, we have a little discussion. But yeah, that's what we're trying for. All right. Full-day kindergarten. So right now,
Just before you go there, you just mentioned something that kind of threw a flag up in my head. You're talking about, you're looking down the road and possibility of an additional wing, repurposing of existing rooms within the structures. And you actually mentioned the potential of acquiring land, so it's unfortunate Sam just left, but that land is deemed as surplus where the slope site that we're looking at for a library. If we needed to build another building, if the surplus land that we currently have is no longer surplus and there's a library on it, we gotta maybe take a look at that and look down the road and say, maybe whether it's that or fields, we've identified that we need more fields, and maybe it's not surplus land, and we have to be careful about.
I mean, I agree. We've heard talk about the library, a building for Council on Aging. At some point, there may be opportunities to move the school department out of Town Hall to repurpose that space for somebody else to use, whether it's Council on Aging or whatever, we think. So fields, there's all kinds of priorities about how we use the space we have or require, whether or not we need to acquire more space. So, I think that it's a good point. I think that, when we're having that discussion, and I think it would be good to we're within 20% of needing new space for the school department, or we're within 45%. Okay, well, we can live with that. We probably don't have to worry about it quite as much. Or within 5%. Well, now that's much more imminent. So let's, we need to, and I think that having that information will allow us all to, evaluate all the priorities and all the opportunities and constraints that we have.
It's more of an awareness than anything.
That's a great point.
So full-day kindergarten right now, we offer it. It is a tuition-based program. It's about a little over $4,000 a year for families that want to take advantage of it. It can scale because there's options for all 5 days or 3 days or 2 days. So, but $4,000 if you keep the child in for all 5 days of full-day kindergarten. We are a little bit of an outlier now in terms of charging tuition. Many more districts don't charge tuition than do charge tuition. Having said that, it's not as if the state has increased funding for, communities that are offering full-day kindergarten. So if we're going to do it tuition-free, then it's going to be on our backs. What we're proposing is a 3-year phase-in. So each of the next 3 years, we would reduce the amount of money that we charge for full-day tuition by about a third. So about $1,300 a year. And in the first year, so we would cut it down from $4,000 to about $2,700. And then to make up the money that we were spending out of that tuition that we no longer get, we would be asking for an increase of $120,000 per year for the next 3 years. Then it would be done, and, it would just be, right, we would just, yeah, exactly. If the teachers get a raise, they get a raise,
What percentage of the kindergartners are doing full day versus not?
Right now, it's about 91%.
Are doing full day?
Are doing full day, yeah. Yeah, somebody asked that, we were talking about this the other day, and that's what I was told, we're gonna confirm that down. We haven't had a full, robust discussion at school committee yet about, what we think about tuition-free full-day kindergarten. We've talked about having the discussion, and I think obviously now we're going to have it. So I would say that this is on the list. This list is something that this is what the administration gave to the budget subcommittee, and the full school committee hasn't talked about it yet. So, we will be talking about it on Thursday in total, but also specifically about the full-day kindergarten proposal, and we'll see.
How many kindergarten teachers and aides and whatever do you have? Do you have ballpark number on that?
I want to say it's like 5 to 6 kindergarten teachers. The aides, I don't know.
That's fine.
But I think it's 5 to 6 classrooms, yeah.
What would you expect to happen in terms of numbers of kids if you no longer charge?
So we were talking about that. It's a great question. And because when we first introduced tuition-based full-day kindergarten, there was I wouldn't say I wouldn't say significant in numbers, but it was significant in the level of objection that some families are clearly not interested in. You could tell them, I'd give you $4,000 to send your kid to full-day kindergarten, and I'm not going to do it. I don't think it's good for my child. I like them to come home, I like them to have their free time, et cetera, et cetera. So you may not see a huge increase. You might go from 91 to 95, but that 5% until it's mandated, or if it ever is mandated by the state, they're not sending their child to full-day kindergarten. They just don't like
So
it.
then you still have to have buses and all the other stuff to handle the kids, because it's not required.
Right. Wow. Right, exactly. And again, this is tricky for me personally, and we'll have a discussion about it at school committee, but looking at it and saying it's not mandated by the state, it's certainly not funded by the state, it's unquestionably, in terms of the impact on children's ability to learn as they go through the whole school system, it's impactful. It's clearly more impactful in other communities where they maybe have a different socioeconomic demographic than we do, but nonetheless, it's beneficial even to the kids in Littleton.
So do other towns, so if you have full-day kindergarten, it's fully funded, do they still have some kids that go can you
Yeah.
say we're not going to offer half-day?
No, you can't.
You can't do that.
You can't do it. You can't do it. And then that begs questions about, the way we structure the full-day kindergarten now is the morning where everybody, how it used to be?
Yeah.
You used to go in the morning or the afternoon.
Right.
Now, everybody goes in the morning. Everybody goes in the morning. And that's why the class size is more like 5 or 6, because you're not doing half and half anymore, where you could just cut it in half, and you do half the group in the morning. And in the morning, everybody gets the same base curriculum instruction. And then in the afternoons, they're getting, different types of instruction, you can call it,
Interesting.
the arts or, additive instruction, however you want to phrase it. And that's a little difficult. It would be better to smooth the day along if we knew everybody was there, but you don't really want to penalize the families that have decided not to send their kids to full day, and it's not mandated.
Right.
So we may decide, if we see that 91 go towards 96, 97, 98, we may think about, well, we're still going to extend the day a little bit and be careful about how we do it, but make it as beneficial as possible. If we're doing it, then we should be trying to maximize the benefit to the kids that are doing it.
The 96%.
Yeah, exactly, so there'll be a lot more to talk about how we implement full-day kindergarten, whether it's tuition-based or non-tuition-based, and as a school committee, I think we're going to have a good discussion about it. And I think as a community, I'm very curious to see, because again, there was a level of objection to the whole concept of full-day, yet we're at 91%. So apparently, not as many people as we thought were going to object enough to, not send their kid. So, we'll see how it changes as we think about this.
But at the end of the day, what you're talking about is about a $350,000 to $400,000.
Exactly, over 3 years, correct. Yeah, right. If we did it all today, because we have, I was thinking of breaking it down, it's like about 91% of about 120 kids, so about, we're almost 100 kids paying $4,000. So, you're right in that $350,000 to $400,000,
I think if I can add some color to that, because I have a 2.5-year-old, and he's going through daycare. Starts at 7:30, ends at 5:30.
You want him to start at 3 years old now.
Yeah, let's bring this in and start early. But I think, at least from my perspective, we're paying for that now. It's a paid service. I think the challenge is when you get to public education, it's really public, and you shouldn't be paying a tuition for public education. And I know it's a kind of a slippery slope, because it's always been a half-day program, but I think you have more and more families that have children that are in daycare, full-day daycare. So they're used to it, dual income. They're used to it, so rolling into a full-day kindergarten program probably would be a natural fit.
Right, and I think you see a lot of, some families either do or don't do it because they legitimately think it helps or hinders their child's development. Some other families are doing it, it's out of a necessity in the way they live their lives. They just, it's really, would be extremely difficult for them not to have their child in our care from, 8:30 to 3:30 every day, or 9 to 3:30. And for $4,000, that's the price that they can pay, or willing, or are going to find a way to pay. So, that's another aspect of it. And when you think about it in terms of, the state is not mandating it, the state is not funding it, you got to think about it.
And presumably, there's programs there for people who really need it that can't afford it now.
Correct. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, the whole tuition thing is meet all the other requirements of anything that we charge fees for. It's all in that sliding scale, and, as long as they fill out the paperwork and go through it. Yep. The last slide is our capital request list. I don't know if you, I think you guys have seen this already. I do know that Darrell Baker, who's our rep to the PMBC, and he and the PMBC have been working on pulling some things that we would otherwise have on this list over to the PMBC list, because it's, however we want to define it, as buildings and grounds versus, classroom materials or curriculum materials or something like that. So there will be more money spent on the school grounds, or conceivably, off of the PMBC submission of a capital list. But right now, this is the list that we've submitted for consideration in terms of capital funding. And this is more or less prioritized, as you see it right here.
Mike, Darrell has presented about $220,000 worth of items for PMBC.
Right, beyond this list.
Right.
Right, yeah, I saw that list. Yeah. Painting, paving of sidewalks.
HVAC,
Yeah,
yeah.
stuff like that.
Truck for snow removal. School department does your own snow removal?
We do the sidewalks and other areas that Jimmy can't necessarily get the big guys into. We'll do it.
Your maintenance people do it.
Yeah, our staff mobilizes when we do have a snowstorm. Our staff is at each building, and depending on the extent of the snow, it can be a lot of work, and we budget for that. It's in our overtime.
This isn't a truck, though, this is something to do
It's a
with
pickup
sidewalks and
truck.
so on?
Yeah, it's a pickup truck with a plow rig on it, and would certainly be used for other things beyond removing. We have a pickup truck now that we use for this purpose.
Okay.
It's nearing the end of its useful life, especially in terms of being able to.
You would do highway department, they'll use it for another 20 years,
We can
probably.
certainly, certainly figure out how to make this work for all of us, because, we're all benefiting from having this equipment. I haven't talked specifically to Jimmy about it, but I'm sure he'd be happy if we kept a nice truck that could move some snow around and make his job a little easier.
We had this discussion Wednesday night at PMBC, and Jimmy said that one of the reasons that we need to replace these sidewalks at the schools is because the trucks plow them as opposed to the snow blowers.
Yeah.
Now, Jimmy said that he has precluded his people from using a blade on a truck, and it will only allow a rubber bladed vehicle up there.
Okay.
So if you're asking for a truck with a steel blade to plow sidewalks, and that's one of the reasons we're replacing sidewalks under the PMBC.
Yeah, I'll check on that.
We need to coordinate.
Yeah, I'll check on that. And, maybe that's the right thing to do, is have an overall discussion, use this opportunity.
What's the best vehicle? What's the
Yeah,
best-
exactly. And not just in terms of isolation of what the school department custodial staff thinks.
Yeah.
We can talk to Jimmy and see what he thinks, and, maybe there's something that he would say, well, that, if you could get this much and help me do this, that would be beneficial to all of us. And
Right.
and then, thinking about not making a reflexive action of just buying a nice shiny yellow.
Well, it's also, from what I'm hearing, the reason some of these sidewalks are in disrepair is because of the snow plowing activities.
Yeah.
Good point. Thank you for coming out on this fine day.
Yeah.
It's fine so far.
It's snowing out right now. It's like it's dark.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
That's it. Oh, Mike, just one quick question.
I asked before, he said it messes up the lighting in here, that's why that one's open.
Contract.
Yes.
And have anything started?
We met with the LEA before the holidays to set the expectations and the meeting schedule.
Yep.
And we're going to start in earnest basically in February, in March and April and May. So, yeah, we're both ready to do it. We haven't started nobody's put a proposal on the table yet, but it's imminent, and the process is underway. Yeah.
And you just keep Greg and
Yeah,
Gary and...
and if we feel we need an executive session to sit down and talk about that, then, we're happy to do that too. And obviously, if we get a proposal and we think we're going to approve something, then certainly that'll happen. Actually, the Board of Selectmen, we need to think about a rep on the negotiating committee, because that's required, so.
With the LEA.
Yeah, when we negotiate with the LEA for our contract, you guys should have it, usually what it's been someone who just approves it at the end of the day,
doesn't actively participate in it, but we should have one appointed on there.
There's only two of us here now, but having been in the last negotiating team as a member of the school committee, it might make logical sense.
If you guys think that's the right thing to do, we wouldn't object to that, so. But I'm just saying, you guys can figure.
Joe's
You
like,
guys
as long as
just
it's not me.
put it on your list of things to
Help
think
us.
about.
Fully in favor of that.
Joe seconded it.
You just voted? Okay, done. You only got two. All right, someone else there.
Thanks, Mike. All right, it's your job to get us back on track here.
I will.
You gotta find 25 minutes. though.
Everything's the same?
20 minutes.
Everything's good? Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so, pretty much everything's the same. We're not looking to increase anything other than salaries, which is the step increase and the COLA increase for Linda. We obviously had some new changes in the office due to the early voting,
Sure.
which was quite interesting. So we had that 10 days of early voting, which brought in 1,769 into the town, which was pretty, 1,769 people came in early voting.
And that was what percentage of the total? Approximately.
How many voted?
So we had 88% that voted overall, and we have...
Really good. 88%. Involved community.
For a small
Very
community.
impressive. But no, that's 88%.
We had great, yeah. It was the biggest in the state, again.
Really?
Well, yeah, so...
Glavy voted 3 times.
Yeah.
Glavy voted 3 times. Skew the numbers a little bit.
Did you say it's the highest percentage in the state?
Again, yes. Second presidential in a
I've never
row.
heard that.
Well, you know,
Right?
it doesn't, I mean, we obviously aren't the largest community,
No, I know, but
but
still.
overall, we were the largest community, 88%, so.
Excellent participation.
Yeah, I think it's very impressive. I think it says a lot about the town, I really do.
So we got 6,600.
Yeah.
That's a fun fact.
Yeah, it is. It's a positive thing.
Yep, currently we have 6,977.
A lot of good it did, huh?
6,977.
Yep.
Good. There's 7,000
It
voters.
suppressed that
We're
other
looking to get-
12%.
Looking to get, this year. That's what we're trying to get up to. That's what I'm trying to get to.
9,400.
We should get a grant.
So the thing with the early voting, it is not for local elections, it's just for state and presidentials, and no primaries. So it was challenging for the office, obviously, because we tried to get volunteers, and it's pretty tough because it's during, regular hours and on that one Saturday. And so that one Saturday, it was Linda and myself, and we were open from 7:30 in the morning till 12:30 that afternoon. We had quite a few people that came in and voted that Saturday. People were walking in, and we were lucky because we really didn't have any lines. At one point, we had maybe 4 people waiting to sit because we had the whole table in all the different locations, and people were very happy with being able to do that. I think the next presidential, you'll see even more taking advantage of it. If you looked at the big cities, people were complaining that they didn't want to have to, on election day, and wait in line, but they were willing to wait 2 to 3 hours on different days. They were willing to do that, but they didn't want to do it on election day. It was kind of ironic, but we were lucky enough that people took advantage of the different times, and I think it overwhelmingly, they thanked us for doing it, and they said that they would take advantage of it again. So that's one of the things that are now being added to our office. We will try and take advantage of, if it's possible, to get more volunteers. We did have 2 people that did, actually, we had 3 people that came in and volunteered. Mrs. Bowers came in and volunteered, and McCumbers came and volunteered and helped us out a couple of days. So maybe we can get some more people to help us out. Like I said, it's during regular business hours, and a lot of people work, so it's pretty tough. anyways, so that's one of the new things, and also the new RAO, because of the new public records law, is added to our office. I'm sure you all know about the new public records law that started in January 1. We've had a couple of requests. One challenging one that we're being faced with right now is regarding gas leaks in our town, and so we have to, I've requested what they're actually looking for, because it could be, are they looking for a month, 2 months, 6 months, a year? And the requester has not gotten back to me.
Can you briefly, for everybody on television, explain what this law is?
Sure, so it's, anybody can ask for any record that we actually hold in the town, and anything that we actually have in the town is considered a public record. So they can come to any office, from the town clerk's office to the planning board to board of selectmen's office, and request anything that they have, whether it's meeting minutes, agendas, decisions that are being made, and any of the zoning boards or.
This is different from before, huh?
Different from before, because previously, if it was something that was not, if it's a chart or something that wasn't available before, you didn't have to provide it. So if it was a chart that wasn't made before and it took 80 hours to make, you didn't have to provide it. You could say, I'm sorry, we don't have it. And before, we could charge enormous dollars. So now it's, the way that it's, the law reads, you can charge 5 cents a page, which is, not worth it. And it's, the way the law reads, they strongly suggest that you don't charge for your time, and it has to be in a readable form, and it has to be given to them the way they request it. So if it takes you a long time to create this form, it's basically on you. You have, the one good thing is before it used to be 10 days, now you have 10 business days in order to provide it to the requester. So this particular request that's being given to us, as I stated, I've asked the requester how far back do they want us to go, and the requester has not gotten back to me. It's already been 2 days. So we don't know how far back to go, and it's actually entails several different departments: police department, the fire department, the highway department, and so we don't know how far back to go. And
So this is kind of falling under the Freedom of Information Act,
Yes.
getting towns in line with that.
Yep.
Well, the public records law in Massachusetts had not been updated. The time was passed decades ago.
Yeah.
It was cutting edge, and it hadn't been amended in, 30 years, and so it was sort of at the back of the pack. So the standard now basically is that that there's a special emphasis on working with the requesting party to not simply say yes or no to their request, but to understand what it is that they want and then direct them in the right place. Towns and cities are encouraged to post on their websites, in fact, required to post on their websites important information. The state has not promulgated a list of what that information consists of yet, and we certainly want to do that, believe me, that we make every effort to provide on the website things that people want to see, so that they can just go there and not have to ask. But we're still not obliged to create documents that don't exist. And I'm hopeful in the case of this one gas leaks thing, that in discussing with our DPW director about this yesterday, a lot of this information, he says, is available from the company, from National Grid. And to Diane's point, we're saying that we're required to provide the information that the municipal government has. We're not required to provide the information that we don't have. In some requests for land use information, I've been able to successfully divert people to the Middlesex South Registry of Deeds website, where they can get all they want. And if someone just wants the information and is not simply out to bust your chops, then they're happy to just be pointed in the right direction. And so And so in the case of this request, in addition to the information that several departments do have about particular gas leaks, that there's a more comprehensive answer that we can help point the person to.
Yeah, I think your challenge is going to be more, just from working with these in the past, it's going to be the back and forth, not necessarily understanding exactly what they want because it isn't specific enough, right?
Right.
And that means hours, time.
Right,
Right,
exactly.
that's your concern.
Yeah, and the thing too is that, our website is pretty detailed. We try to keep up to date with our meeting minutes and our agendas.
Right.
We
That's
get
great.
them up,
Yeah.
as quickly as possible so that the residents can find them very easily. One of the biggest things that we've found that, is our minutes, and that's with our boards. We sometimes find that a little challenging to get our boards to understand that minutes have to be approved within 2 meetings. So if you have a meeting today, within 2 meetings of today, your minutes have to be approved. And then, so if they're not
So we won't have
approved.
any more meetings.
So if they're not approved, they will be posted.
So much for those
whether-
meetings.
Whether or not you approve of them or not, they're going to be posted on the website as drafts, so.
Well, that's assuming you even have them, because you might not even have the draft though, right?
So your drafts, so once you are done with your meeting, your minutes are what they are. So if whoever's taking your minutes today, those minutes that you've taken today, whoever's taking them, those are considered your minutes. So whoever's hand-taking them or whoever is doing it. That is, so if I come to you after today's minutes and I say whomever's taking them, I'd like a copy of those minutes, you need to provide them to me. So in 2 meetings from today, those minutes that you have done today go up on the website.
Now, in this age of electronics, we're being taped.
Yep.
Or whatever, we're digitized. So every word that anybody said, and there really haven't been any votes, and probably won't be any votes taken today. So why couldn't a digital minute, we could just reference the digital file, put that on as our minutes, and anybody could sit through 6 hours to find out whatever they want? Why
The laws
couldn't-
haven't changed.
The law says otherwise.
Yeah.
The Secretary of State won't accept that.
They won't
That was
accept
one of
that.
the questions
Maybe
that staff
Secretary
asked. When the town council did some
Is there a by,
training.
is there a bylaw?
So we need to change
The
it.
law- the law reads that the digitized is not,
Not yet, it'll
At the
happen.
state level.
not accepted as now.
Is that right?
The Secretary of State, the official, the state official in charge of enforcing the law will not accept the recording of today's meeting as your minutes.
Okay, so where there were,
Yeah.
just as a point here, something as simple as, we opened at 9, we closed at 3, we discussed the budget. with
This was
no-
the
with
vote,
no-
there were
with
2
no-
votes, and these were the,
Or
right?
there were no
If there were
votes.
no votes, but
There
if
were
there
no
were,
votes.
this is the vote.
That's-
But so, I
Or
mean,
they
you know,
would want to list the departments that are available.
This sheet.
This sheet,
And
yeah, just put
also,
this sheet.
the minutes also need to reference any documents
And
that
that's-
were, so that frankly, if we had this
okay, so we're gonna put this book up
available
on,
electronically.
we're gonna put this book up on the
For
website.
example, we
Exactly.
could just refer to that.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's,
Coffee stains and all.
so anything that is basically presented to you during the day that, or during any of your meetings is part of your meeting minutes.
But Fred, that's a good point, because for our meetings, you could just have those, the basics, and all the discussion stuff, just take it out and just say, here's a link to the video of it, right? And then the minutes themselves are,
But we can't.
You can't though, because that's not considered,
no, but the
doesn't
discussion
count.
doesn't have to go in the minutes anyway.
Discussion
The minutes
does
doesn't
not
have to be in the minutes anyway.
Theoretically.
So the minutes, well, the minutes can just be, this was who was attended, these are the decisions that were made, here's are the topics that were discussed. But the he said, she said stuff
no,
doesn't
no,
need
no,
to be in
no, it's
there.
just so it's
Yeah.
the major things that you have decided upon, the things that you have discussed. So you sat with the town clerk, you sat with the school committee, the school department, the budget was
I think
discussed.
Our minutes are very
personal minutes.
different.
Well, you look at the Board of Selectmen minutes, and it's fairly concise.
Right.
You look at the PMBC meeting minutes, and there are pages and pages
Mhm.
because it's all shorthand.
Right.
Okay.
Interesting.
Those are the kinds of things
You're
that...
more trouble than you're worth.
Oh, wait a minute.
And you're in the way on lunch right now.
Okay. Okay. So anyways.
Moving right along. Okay. No, it's seriously, you keep us on track.
Yeah, no, that's...
If we're not doing something, we should be.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But anyway, so we increased, obviously, the number of voters that have come into town. We have lost some voters, that people have moved out of town. But our census is right on track. We still, are at 97% census, processing and returning. We try to keep that up. That's what keeps my postage so high, because I have to do 2 to 3 mailings to keep people, I'm sending out 2 to 3 notices to people in census. I'm still getting census. I just got one last week from somebody that was mailed out last year. They're still returning from last year, so.
Found it in their inbox.
That's why I have a 97%, return rate, so, because I hound them. As far as, absentee voters, 478, all of last year, looking only probably get about 250 for next year. We only have our May election. We do have a big election coming up this year. We have just our personal, local. Dogs are down. Our average rate for our elections is about $3,500 per election. Staying about the same. It's just the cost to mail out the absentee. Other than that, no postages on that. Any questions?
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much.
Drive safe out there.
Yeah, let us know if it snows.
It's time to come out. It's time to come out.
It is.
There's a little out
Not
there.
much. Not much on the cars. It's coming
My
down.
window.
We don't want to.
No, you gotta look at that one.
Your window's open?
No, the window's closed, I can't see out.
That's because it,
Messes up the
I thought you meant
That's right,
like the window
no,
to the
I
car.
asked.
CPC.
Kirby tried opening them and it messes up the lighting for the cameras.
Community preservation.
Oh, no, that's right.
Bonnie, are you representing CPC or just?
I sent a note to Mitt a few times, and he didn't
Okay.
reply regardless.
They get nothing.
Okay, well then we'll,
You make up some time here.
They just, flat rate.
well, without him, we'll call him into a separate meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. Where was it?
We will need to have a joint meeting at some point in the future between the Selectmen, the Finance Committee, and Community Preservation Committee about whether and how much money to put in the blended CPA fund again
What the
this
target
year.
usage
I mean,
would be.
2 years in a row now that we've maximized our state matching funds by putting all the money in the blended fund that we can. And we've been, and that's been great. That's some additional money. Our upper limit is somewhere between $450,000 and $500,000, $500,000 this year. We have more than that on hand in various mitigation funds and cell tower funds that would be available for appropriation. We have $300,000 that we got from Potpourri Group. We've got at least a couple of $100,000 in additional 15 Great Road revenues that have come in, and we expect to have about $80,000 in cell tower funds for open space purchases.
Thank you.
I'm not, I'm here, I'm not authorized to represent CPC, but I will say that any money that we get, we can spend. We're expecting the Williams property to come online. There's a constant demand from the housing group. There's uses for the money, so I will go out and say that anything that we get, we can use.
clearly there are more needs than money, so I think, that- or more wants, I'll say, than money. So I think I'll echo that as a FinCom's member of CPC, but I think to Keith's point, having a meeting with Selectmen, FinCom, and CPC to have a general agreement as to if we put $500,000 in there, what are the target areas that we would want to see it used for? And I think that's we've done that the last couple of years. I think it's worked reasonably well. So I think that's a procedure that we want to continue.
And the state match percent is down, but it's still significant, right?
Well, it's getting less significant right now. It was down to, we went from 39% as our match last year, and then earlier this fiscal year it was around 20. I think we got about 25%.
Right.
And since then, City of Boston and many other communities have adopted CPA, so there's going to be more feeding from the limited funds. And to that point, the legislature is looking perhaps more keenly at a more sustainable funding source for the Community Preservation Fund, especially where now a majority of the state legislators in both the House and Senate now have CPA communities. So maybe that will translate to more, to a higher.
Hopefully. John? John Broski, Veterans Administration.
Hey, John. Good afternoon.
All righty, if you'd like to just give us a briefing, and we'll...
Briefing, okay, well,
$3 increase, I don't know, John. You're
I'm
going up
sorry.
$45, right?
well, yeah. Well, because my association dues that I want to do has gone up. And what are you gonna do? Sorry.
Drag you out for that.
That's an easy one. And it's been getting busier every year, a little bit, every year, in the office, like, especially nowadays. It's, I've had a couple of them, I've had about 4 people that I've been dealing with this past month, you know, so I'll put them on the rolls or not, but I'm working that out. So, and also, a lot of them are just VA claims too, so those are definitely increasing as the older population realizes what's out there.
This last year, we bumped you up from about 140,000
Right.
to 175,000. In benefits, I mean,
Right,
it's not
right, and
town
that-
spending or
Yeah,
any of
no,
that,
no.
but how do you feel about the 175 going
It's-
forward?
it's,
Are you
it's-
okay, or does that need to change, or?
That should be okay. That was based on, at the time when I did the budget last year, I had a person that was getting well over $2,000 a month, and then right after we did that, he got a job, so he got dropped out. So that saves us $2,000 a month right there. But again, I've increased last month. I had 2 new ones on the roll, which are, you know, they're not that big of money, but still, and this month I've got 1 more that's pending to bring into. So you never know, you know. But you know, right now I think I'm at projected the way I'm going to be somewhere probably between 130 and 140 unless things really pick up.
Okay, so you're feeling safe at the 170?
Yes, 175 in the budget is fine.
Okay.
I have no problems with that.
Yeah.
Right now.
And that's reimbursed?
Yeah,
for the
20,
most part.
yeah, 75% is reimbursed.
So it's not total spending by
Right.
the town? Right.
No, that's good. That's the good part.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, the applications are up, and it's just, you know, all they're waiting for the VA to approve their stuff. I know as of October 2015, the VA had us for 95 people in town getting benefits from the VA that they marked up and bringing in almost $100,000 a month into town, so, you know, that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. Good. Any other questions for John?
No.
Thank you. Keep up the good work. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
super.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, John.
Thank you, John.
We just made up.
Look at that.
We made up 10 minutes. She was up from us.
Okay.
Represent everyone.
Is there any Campbell be in pretty quickly?
Is there any of this other stuff we can move up and knock out?
Are we offline now?
Well, we
Pam's here, do you want to
Pam's here. if you
Want
could-
to,
Yeah.
Lunch.
could we get some clarity on, for the afternoon ones? Yeah, it's,
Snowing?
yeah, it's snowing.
Yeah.
So,
New England.
like we can tell.
Yeah, wait. Mark, are you ready for us? Sorry, Mark's here.
Could you just repeat what you said?
Oh, here's crunch,
go ahead.
crunch, crunch, crunch.
So I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to look forward into the next year. I think of Elder and Human Services as part of the Public Safety and Public Health Network. We work closely with the fire department, police department, to, I think of them as the first responders, and then we're after day one. Those of you on the Board of Selectmen, you know, I was there recently, and we saw the increase in our numbers over the last 2 years, increase over 30% of both instances of people coming in and just raw numbers of people. We take very seriously the 2,000 or so seniors that we're taking care of, but we also are increasingly seeing more people who are in that younger cohort. I've talked to you before about the 50 to 60-year-olds that are in the sandwich generation, caring for an elder, as well as often having kids that they need to help out. We're seeing more people who are younger, not seniors, who are in financial distress. We certainly are seeing people who are mentally challenged, mentally ill, and we wind up working with everyone to try to get them hooked up with resources, act as an advocate, and you know, see them on. You know, I think sometimes some of what we do is quite invisible, partly for confidentiality, because we want to protect people's identity, but also because it's behind the scenes. You know, we're very grateful to the Friends for the wonderful parties that they do, and I think that's very visible, very high profile. But that's just one day out of the month, and then the other 29 or 30 days, Tina and I are meeting with people. If you come down to the diner, if you're down for any of the parties or the events, or even just lunchtime, you see people laughing and having a good time. What you don't see is all the work that goes in every morning with senior tax workers and volunteers preparing the Meals on Wheels and getting Meals on Wheels out to about 27 to 29 homebound seniors 5 days a week. So there's a lot that's behind the scenes. And speaking of which, I didn't have the opportunity last year when we met because we weren't quite at that point yet. Thank you very much for the kitchen. It's wonderful to have it back in place, and it's a real center for us of so many things that are going on. We've expanded. We are getting into more things. I think we're being seen as a resource for the town. We now have a housing subcommittee as part of the COA board, and we've been working closely with Littleton Housing Authority and with Planning Board, trying to give them some input and some feedback with the viewpoint from the COA board side of elders and those needs, but also from my side of the house, affordable housing, subsidized housing. We're also working right now with LHA and the CPC to get a rental voucher program in place. Again, this is self-interest on my part. I don't want homeless people sitting outside Tina's door and us trying to find a sheltered spot for them. If your last address was Littleton, you're our responsibility. So we're going to be bringing that forward as well in the coming year to try to keep people in housing. You probably know that LHA has about 89 people on their waiting list. Now, that's not just people that are interested. That's people who have been cleared and vetted, which means they financially are in need. So we know there's plenty of people out there, and I think there's 13 on that list right now that are Littleton people.
Okay, it's 89 from Littleton.
89 total, and I think there's 13 from Littleton.
13 from Littleton, okay.
And those numbers obviously are in flux, but just to give you a feel, there's plenty of people out there that are what they call rent challenged.
But there
or
are no,
rent
there's
burdened.
no preference given to Littleton residents?
No.
Or people from Littleton?
Preference is given to veterans. I can't speak authoritatively about exactly how LHA works, but Lisa's told me that they follow federal guidelines. So it's not her decision to do that. I know everyone's thinking about space, and I do really appreciate all of the emphasis that you're putting and the space study that's being done and all of that. And I know I've been approached by a couple of people who are really interested in getting the idea of a senior center going again. I would not say no at all to additional space by any means, but I would like to put in your heads the idea that if people start talking about new construction that includes seniors, to think of it perhaps as a MAG center, a multiple age group center, as opposed to just a senior center. Again, as Elder and Human Services, I'm responsible for a broader range, but what I'm seeing in other towns is they do these MAG centers, and they pull together COA during the day and Park and Rec at night, and sometimes they include after-school programs, and they get a really good use of the facility. And I personally really like the idea of having mixed age groups within the same building. That's part of the reason that I enjoy being in Town Hall and mixing in with people up and down the hallways. My biggest request to you is, the space thing is going to be years down the road. That's not going to happen in fiscal year 18. What you can do to help me in fiscal 18 is to give me more staff. I desperately need another full-time outreach worker. I need someone who is experienced, who can hit the ground running, who can immediately start to meet with people and start to do true outreach. Right now, we really are very limited. Our time constraints are such that we only deal with people who self-identify. We know there are vulnerable groups out there. We know there are seniors out there that could do with not just a call, but a home visit. I would like to have this person liaison with Emerson, Lowell General, and Neshoba, and get to know the discharge people very well, so that we can start to immediately move in on, again, a very vulnerable population is anyone who's just been discharged from the hospital. And again, to build up the kind of relationships, let's let us do that proactively, as opposed to 3 o'clock on Friday, the call that says, oh, by the way, Mom's coming home today, I'm stuck, help me out, kind of thing. So I really, really need an outreach worker. And I'll be honest, Tina is vested. You all probably know of circumstances where, one part of a couple retires, and that changes the priorities for the other. Her husband's a little older than her, and things could change very quickly. And in terms of succession planning and being prepared to provide service without an interruption, it would really help me to have that other person on board. Do you have questions about what I would do with another outreach worker?
Yeah, I mean, if you can just, what do you see this person doing? Is she just, quote, another Tina, or do you see a division of labor, or do you see different skill sets that Tina has? I mean, Tina's the one-arm paper hanger, and she does an incredible job that she really does. But
Tina's background is social work, and I wouldn't turn away a social worker by any means. I also wouldn't turn away, though, a nurse with community health background, even an occupational therapist with community health background, someone who understands the concept of moving into a community, and although you are based someplace, your clients are out there. I don't want to make a strict division and say Tina will see all the old people and this person will see all the young people. I think it's better to have a mix across there for both coverage when someone is away, as well as I just think it's a healthier kind of mix for the staff person. I do really want to see them start to build up proactively this outreach and connection with the hospitals and the points where we are going to be receiving people that are at risk or sending people at risk. Also, we work a lot with Minuteman Senior Services, protective service orders, and people who, again, need services that way. And I see this person as being able to, as Tina does, work closely with fire and police you know, when the fire has 3 calls a week to the same address, that's somebody that we need to make sure is on our radar and that we're paying attention to.
The fire chief is making a request to go to paramedic versus EMT and having sort of 24/7 availability. Do you see your outreach people working more in concert with that or not?
Oh, I think we'd work very closely with, if there were any paramedics, again, using them as a way to point out to us areas where we need to focus. I'm very serious when I say, in some ways, they're the first responders, and then we come in on day 2. Some days we're actually there on day 1 in some situations, because we get pulled in cases where we already know what's going on, and even the police department has called us at times when we've had issues with people that are well known to us. So yes, absolutely work very closely. And that's why I say, I wouldn't say no to a public health nurse. Right now, we've been having some nursing students coming from Northeastern, and they bring a nice skill set and a nice way of working with people. It's a very people job, as you can imagine. And if you look in your packet, I think the cost is around $55,000 a year for a person with those kinds of skills.
Does that include benefits?
No, that's just salary. So, put the factor on top of that. I'm sure Bonnie has that at her fingertips.
About 45.
Probably close to
They're
100.
about 46%.
Yeah, 100.
About another 45,000, 46,000, something like that.
No, at 55,000.
80,000.
No, it's not so bad,
No, it's about 25,000.
okay.
Could be less, could be a little bit more, depends on the type of insurance plan you take. But we average it
About 80,000.
And all projections are that, town population is going to continue to grow, the older population is going to continue to grow, and this at-risk group, they're out there, and they have need, for sure. What we're seeing more of now is people who are being forced into aging in place. That was kind of a trendy idea for a while of, hey, I'm going to age in place. We see people who have no choice. They are not sick enough for a nursing home. People are living longer. They're dying much more slowly. The only asset they have is their home. If they sell their home at $6,000 a month, that's not very long in assisted living. We're working on what we can do with housing to try to have downsize options for people, but there really are not a lot of options available for someone. And we just mentioned the waiting list to try to get into subsidized housing. For a person to stay in their home as they age requires a delicate mix of services, and frequently people don't have the energy or sometimes the knowledge or the time. Family members may not have the time, or they may be out of state, to make that network work for people. And I know there are people sitting here at this table who've literally been in the middle of that situation and know what it's like to try to make those kinds of plans and make it work for people. One piece that makes all of that work, the other invisible piece, is transportation. People do not ride the van because it's sexy or because it's great. They ride the van to get someplace. So if you're aging in place and you're in Littleton, you're not taking a taxi, you're not taking a bus. If you need to get to the doctor's, the pharmacy, the grocery, to even get to the COA for those nice parties, transportation is it. And in terms of transportation, I have my $68,000 a year from MART, which for the last 2 years I've been fully using. And Bonnie and I have had this discussion. We do not want to ask MART for any more because we'll pay for that through the nose. It'd be much cheaper for us to supply our own additional transportation. Each year, in the last 2 years, I've overrun that. I've been able to meet that overrun by donations that are in my transportation fund and by pulling some money out of my formula grant. But those are both kind of fragile. Donations are donations. They depend on people's goodwill, and at any time that could start to dry up. And formula grant, depending on what goes on with the state, that goes up, down, or sometimes gets frozen. So I may not be able to count on that money. I would much rather have money dedicated from the town to pay enough. I'm asking for a half-time driver position so that when it comes to June, I'm not going to run out of money. I have money to go into July 1st and provide transportation the way we provide it. 2 vans a day, and we try to meet every single need that people bring to us. And remember also that that transportation fund, I've been very fortunate. There's been a citizens group that's come forward and done a GoFundMe and given me money for the transportation, but that's just a few $1,000s. Out of that fund, I also have to pay for all the upkeep on that second van. The first one is Mart, and Mart will pay for that one, but the second one is ours. So I pay for the maintenance. We put about 3,000 miles every month on the 2 vans. So that van I purchased used anyway. It's getting a bit long in the tooth, and you all, I'm sure, have a feel for what it costs to keep a vehicle on the road. And they get hard miles. They run pretty much 8 hours a day, the entire day. So
So if you have another 19 hours a week, is that just another 10 hours a week on each van, or is it? it's
what
not another
happens
van,
right now
or-
is my 68,000 runs out about June 1st.
Oh, okay.
So I run 2 shifts. I run 2 vans every day. I run 2 shifts. Sometimes it runs longer than 8 hours. Sometimes it runs a little bit shorter. But 68,000 doesn't take me through the entire year. And so that last June, I wind up piecing it together from either my
So this
transportation or
isn't
formula.
incremental van hours, it's the time paying for the van runs that are being run now.
Right.
Okay, I
Now,
misunderstood that.
It seems light.
I could stay inside 68,000 by saying, okay, the vans are off the road at 3 PM. That's it. It doesn't matter what your appointment is, the vans are off the road at 3 PM. I find it really hard to do that to people. I'm sorry.
No, I was just thinking that a half-time driver, it seems light if we're looking out forward, right? I mean, yeah, it's going to repair maybe what you're looking at short-term. Maybe we should be looking at 2 half-time drivers, to avoid the OPEB, of course, or any of the serious things. But, just from what you're describing to me, and I was looking at some of the information, I think we're going to be back a year from now, or 18 months from now, whatever, saying that we still need more in regards to the transportation piece, because our population's not getting younger.
No, it's not.
Maybe you're not.
So I just don't know what type of foresight evaluation's been done on that side to say, you know what, it might make more sense right now to fix this, looking forward 5 years even to see.
I wouldn't say no to that by any means.
The issue with transportation, as I see it, is Pam is expanding this.
Yeah.
There's a need for it, and it's being expanded, but she's expanding it by begging money here and stealing money there. If it is our desire to provide this level of transportation, or even higher, we ought to be funding it.
Yeah.
Because, as you all know, once the customers get used to having something in town, you can't say, well, nobody volunteered to drive or gave us any money, so we have to cut it back. So I think you really ought to be thinking about the money for transportation, for vans, for drivers, for maintenance, new tires, et cetera, and not having to go beg for that.
Yeah.
If it's our desire to provide that service, then let's pay for it.
Yeah, I bring it up this side because I'm looking at, you're talking about if an outreach provider, if we bring on another outreach person, that alone is going to bring in naturally more individuals that are going to need assistance. That's why, just kind of thinking a little bit.
And could I just offer that what our Council on Aging is doing in Littleton is mindful of what's happening with councils on aging in our immediate area as well through the Crosstown Connect Transportation Management Association. Right now, our COA dispatch is a centralized dispatch that's operated through Crosstown Connect. It's not located in Littleton anymore. It's that Foxborough and Acton and Littleton and Maynard have pooled the resource, so there's a central dispatch. In the discussions with those other communities, we're looking at having a central coordination for other aspects as well, including the management of the vehicles, having backup vehicles, backup drivers and so forth. We have the ability to, we just negotiated through the MassDOT, we have a first of its kind agreement between the Lowell and Fitchburg Regional Transit Authorities, because half of our Crosstown Connect towns are in Mart, and the other are in Lowell. We now have actually an official protocol that's been approved by both agencies that allows a COA van from one town to stop in another town and pick up a fare going to the same location. Littleton goes to Emerson Hospital. We can stop at in Acton, pick someone up and go to the same location, which frees up the equipment, and it allows us to be able to back each other up. So we're looking at being able to explore that further. Another thing that we're looking to do for the community at large, including the seniors, is to try to see what fixed route service that we can put into place to connect the commuter rail station with employment centers and other destinations. With the Crosstown Connect as a grant from MassDOT. In fact, it was the same grant funding source as Pamela was successful in getting a third vehicle, a third van, which we will get in the spring or by the summer. So it's a much larger discussion going on, and the Littleton Council on Aging is very much plugged into that to try to figure out what the best way to do something is. But we have a grant from Crosstown Connect to help implement a year one of a first mile, last mile service in the Crosstown Connect region. They're willing to have that money go towards Littleton Station so that we can connect, the commuter rail with IBM, the Point, wherever. So we're working out the details of that right now.
So what happens right now if Tuesday, one of the vans drops a transmission? I was just curious. You have people.
Oh, I'm so glad you asked.
Yeah.
If it's the Mart vehicle, Mart will give me a loaner.
Right
So
then?
I'm only down for the time that it takes the loaner to get to me.
Okay.
But if it's my vehicle, we're dead in the water for the rest of that day and for as long until I can either get it fixed or arrange for a rental. We've tried to arrange rentals with Mart, and they want an exorbitant amount of money, so we've had to resort in the past to renting a car.
So there is the cost to use Mart is you're paying through the nose for it. However, there is a benefit
Yeah.
in that regard.
Yeah, in fact,
So what's that worth, right?
that's one of the issues that Crosstown Connect has looked at for a number of years, and it's still on the radar screen, is there a better way to organize the communities that there isn't a distinct advantage in the law and as far as a practical backup to have a regional transit authority providing service. If we want something, if we were closer to Fitchburg or Lowell, and I don't wish that on us, but if we were, because that's where our regional transit authorities are centered, if we were closer, then the easiest thing and the most economical thing for us to do would be to just have Mart or Lowell provide the shuttle service that we want.
You mean physically close?
Yeah, to do it so that if but it costs just on for example, the last mile service is connecting our commuter rail station with, say, an IBM. Maybe $30,000 a year to do that service. That's the total cost from which you reduce fares. There's some MBTA assessment money that we could repurpose for that location to help cover the cost. And that's if we do it with our COA shuttles.
Yeah.
If we do it with a Mart, if we have Mart do it for us, it's 3 times that much. It's $90,000 to $100,000. So these are some of the dilemmas that we're looking at.
What's
to
the
try to
range
figure out
that your buses run? How far will they go for someone?
Every other Friday, we go to Boston hospitals. The Fridays in between, we go to Leahy and Bedford VA. Because people are not going for emergency situations, they're going for appointments.
Or treatment or whatever?
Yeah, the rest of the time, we go to, obviously, all the adjacent towns. We go to Lowell, we go to Concord. We spend a lot of time in Concord, back and forth. Concord has the dialysis center, it has Emerson. When we go to Harvard, there's a PT place over there. We're in and out of Westford frequently, the center there. We will consider any reasonable request if it's medical. If it's not medical, I really try to limit it.
Just around town?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just want to jump in. So when you get into the situations where an issue comes up and it's not the marked vehicle, it's our vehicle, your vehicle. There's a couple of other vehicles in town. The school department has a van that they shuttle people back and forth. I think Mark benefits from that, from students coming over doing the LCDD program. The police department has a bus. It might be, it may not be available that particular day, but that might be part of a process we put in place. If we go down, these are our first two calls to see if maybe we can make some other arrangements to avoid having to do that exorbitant rental or to have to.
Last time that we were down, we tried to use the police van, and it was not functioning properly. I think it was a battery problem or something, and it was off the road and not usable. We tried to use the vehicle that the fire department has, and that one was completely dead in the water and was not usable. And I'm sorry to say, Park and Rec, that van, they've never made it available to us. They said it can't be driven by anyone who doesn't work in their department. And we haven't been able to use any of the school vehicles.
And there's actually a vehicle in the parking lot of Shattuck Street that is from the driver's ed that has been parked there. Is it still there, Keith?
Again, it can't be used, as I understand it, by people outside the
Well, it's parked in
department.
the middle of the parking lot, which is driving me crazy to begin with, but there's assets that we have in town that we should be able to reallocate.
So maybe reaching out to Mike on the school side and to the Park and Rec commissioners on the other side, and this isn't an everyday thing.
This is an emergency.
This
would be a
contingency. Helping Littleton.
Definitely not
We ought to be able
long-term.
to do that.
Right,
Oh, my goodness.
Planning.
Right.
Several times I've asked when we've been in a real bind, and that's why I had to resort to renting, because there was turned down,
Yeah,
requests
so
were turned down.
I'll take that on, and I'll make a couple phone calls to see how we can, it's not going to be every day.
That would be great if I had that as a backup. That would help me to sleep better. This fall, I was fortunate enough to receive a scholarship to participate at UMass in a graduate program, a certificate program on senior transportation. They only offered 2 scholarships in the state, so I was very lucky to get one of them. One thing that they constantly talked about in the class was the importance of having a family of transportation. There is no one solution that fits everything in a town. And we had people from all over the country that were part of the class. It was an online class. You know, some of the things Keith's talking about, they're part of the picture. What we have to offer is part of the picture. We use volunteer drivers as much as we can, and I'm working right now with a college student to set up a program to make the volunteer driving program more robust. Transportation is not a simple problem to solve, but I have ideas, and I would really like to have that additional person to also help me to make those ideas happen. Needham has just started a pilot program using Uber and vouchers to provide rides for seniors that are ambulatory. Cambridge and Boston are both doing that. You know, there are potentials of things to do, but everything takes time, and Tina and I are constantly up against, here's the list, prioritize it, let's do the first 5. There's a blues song that says, I never finish, I just quit for the day.
It's hard to manage those when you're dealing with the day-to-day, to people coming to your door needing help. I mean, that's always the operational versus the strategic.
Absolutely.
It's a very difficult thing to manage both.
Absolutely, and now MART is asking for additional documentation because they found if they get additional documentation, they can get additional money.
I think in general, speaking about your whole department, I think the town's at a point now, and I think, Alan, you brought up, we're trying to pull money from here and there. This is a growing department. and we have to be prepared as a town to be able to support, so this isn't a one-time thing, it's just going to be increased, and I think we have to be prepared to do something.
I am a service, and, I wish I was in the position where I could be, taking in money and self-supporting and all of that, but it's just not going to happen.
One of the things that I noticed in going through the budget is that, quite a bit of the funding is not general fund funds, obviously. It's coming from your formula grant, and it's coming from BART, and it's coming from the donations. And if you look at Tina's salary in particular, 25% of it is funded outside of the general fund. So we fund 30 hours through the general fund, 8 hours through the formula grant, 2 hours through a donation account. That's crazy. It might be easier, just from an operational perspective, to fund her salary fully through the general fund. Leave those other sources of revenue available to you to support the MART program, because it's about the same dollar figure.
Or the
Then you're
dementia
going forward
program.
to town meeting saying, we're gonna support Tina's salary in full, and then if you decide to support it by adding another position, it just makes it a little bit easier to explain rather than piecemeal it.
And right now, I contract for the person who runs the dementia program, and that can be paid through formula grant funds, if I could free up some of the funds that are being used for Tina.
I'm just thinking, going to town meeting would be easier to just say,
This is why.
same dollars.
Okay, well, if you two can sort of work together on what makes sense there and then come back with a proposal, I think
We'd be willing to at least listen to it, if not certainly
Yeah, the
support
fiscal
it.
impact will be the same, but I think it'll be just a little easier to.
Great. Okay.
And I didn't know if this was the point you wanted to talk about tax work-off? Or is that? So the tax work-off program has been impacted for the last 3 years as the minimum wage has changed. And so people get the same dollar amount, but they work fewer hours. And what's been impacted has been us. They work in, we have like 100 workers, and they work in departments all over town, and they do really important work that really helps departments. And Bonnie's raising her hand because there are plenty that are down helping her. So I know there's a request in to raise that amount, and I would really like to echo the need for that. And man, that is such a win-win program. The seniors get, well, it's actually a triple win. The seniors get the opportunity to work. People like to do real and meaningful work. They get the abatement against their taxes, and the town gets the benefit of great workers at $11 an hour. People who are trained, who understand what they're doing, they come back year after year, they're very dedicated and do a great job. We really rely on them a lot down in the kitchen. Our Meals on Wheels program relies on them. We use them for a variety of places in Council on Aging, but they're at the cemetery, accounting, assessor's office. They work with the schools.
The actual impact for my department, we use them to stuff the AP checks, the payroll, processing the stubs and everything. So
And not
we
just
used to
stuff
have-
them, but they check them
Oh, they do
and
everything.
verify everything.
So we used to have, 4 employees that we trained through the year, because they would burn through their hours, and then I'd have to have somebody else come in. So we were training 4. Now, because the hours are reduced, I have 5 to train, if I can get 5 that, can do the work at the level that we need. The impact is, we budget $55,000 out of the allowance for abatement account. It's not an appropriated account, but it's reserved. We've had enough in our allowance for abatements to allow for overlay surplus to be released. So there is room there. The impact to just mitigate the minimum wage changes is to bring it from the $55,000 that we budget now to $80,000, which we can do without adjusting the operating budget, again, because we have released overlay surplus. So I think to at least bring it to that level gives them the consistency. We're not reducing their hours every year. They're getting the credit they need. We have a very popular program in this
We do.
community, so.
We have one of the largest in the state. And I'd have to say, with your help and the other people, it's well-run, and people are satisfied with it.
So if we agree to do this, we have an ongoing funding mechanism for it, and it'll be visible. I mean, those are the two things that I want to insist on if we...
Yeah, we're not required to vote it at town meeting, but we do.
No, absolutely. I think the right thing to do is that people understand where their money's being spent.
Just so I'm clear, Bonnie, 55,000 to 80,000 is the number you're looking at, right?
That negates the minimum wage increase.
Right, so it covers us for the minimum wage. So it's really not additional hours.
No.
It's just being able to work the same amount of hours, but
If
at
we
the higher
wanted to
rate.
fully fund it for the maximum amount available, we'd have to bring it to like 120 or 130,000. So we're not asking for that at this time, but just to mitigate the erosion that's happened. with the last
Are we
few years.
turning people away because we don't?
No, but they.
No, I take
they-
everyone.
They work less hours. They don't get
I
as
see.
much benefit.
I see.
So you take the, you know, the 55,000 and divide it by the number of people that you get. So
Anything else for Pam? No. Great.
Again, I thank you. I think this is a great opportunity to just look forward, and I really appreciate the comments and the support.
Priority.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Drive safe out there. Roland's, yeah, he's got the longest ride, right? So let's bring him up.
Roland, why don't you come on up and roll up?
Thank you. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate that. You want to take this too?
Hold on. I've done this in a while.
Oh, thank you.
Ride your bike down?
Just let me go by.
How the road's up the cheat sheet.
That's yours.
I'm just copying
Oh,
off
here's my,
yours.
oh, you're
How
talking
far
to
are you
me.
driving?
I'm from Townsend.
So you get down 119 down the top.
I don't know.
That's what it was.
I don't know. We have a, Bonnie, do we have a tab for this?
Yeah, it's an old
What
copy.
is it? 6?
yeah, it's in permitting.
They're talking 200 years ago.
Some days they have it based on the stuff. Come out.
There's some things in here, I think, is what it is. She does her state categorization. You found it under, no, under 8. Oh, she said 6.
It's under 8.
8.
It's behind conservation, all the land.
Wrong. Oh, it is 6.
Just one number.
Conservation's the first.
7 under permit,
Yeah, so
filing
Right
system.
Five and then backtrack, is that kind of?
We're saying it's in the place where the tab is behind it.
Having's on a little bit.
All right. Go ahead and rock the board.
Zoning first?
Discombobulated, yes. What would you like to?
Oh, whichever one you want.
Does everybody know Michelle?
No. One gives the office of Panera?
We're all set up. So, oh, okay.
So you're doing zoning first?
Sure.
Or,
It doesn't matter, Shelley does all three.
okay.
Zoning.
Right, he didn't even have to
Tab.
We just had nothing better to do on a Saturday.
This is right here, I got it, yeah.
Tab 5.
Okay, so zoning essentially is stayed about the same as last year as far as numbers of applications that came in. The expenses are minimal for this department. It's basically just office supplies and money for training for the board members. The advertising is paid for by the applicants, and the fees, for the most part, cover the salary, which is just me for 4 hours a week. So we're asking for no changes or no increases. Board of Health?
Mixed together here. We need sub-tabbing. Those seniors that help put these together.
No, it's
My
not.
daughter could use it.
Where are you guys?
It is, it's
Did a good job.
6. There's a whole bunch of different ones under 6. It is
One
the
cookie
6.
per hour, what do you want?
Thing. Where were you from? Board of Health, yeah.
This is another easy one, you know.
Yeah, it's in the back, a whole bunch of it in here, though, there it is. It's in there. It's in there.
Are you mental health?
Yeah, right, exactly.
Planning department.
Board of Health.
It's several pages after the one you just did.
You got it. Got it.
So,
About halfway through.
Board of Health is essentially the same as last year. We're not asking for any increase in the expenses. The expenses are basically, again, just pretty much office supplies, training for board members, postage. The only changes in the numbers are the assessments for Neshoba Board of Health and Bonnie adjusted those numbers.
You just did last year, double.
And, the permits have been increasing due to the growth in the town. Food service permits bring in, they don't bring money into this town, those get paid through Neshoba Board of Health, but those have increased with all the new restaurants at the point. And tobacco and stable pretty much stay the same year to year. So I'm not asking for any changes from the budget of last year.
Now, do the septic applications tie not only to replacements, but new, like, down at Durkee's or wherever?
Right, new and upgrades. So the new ones are, the permit applications are $100, and then for upgrades, it's $25.
Okay, thank you.
So building. do you want
All
to
set?
talk about
Well, building is essentially level funded and level staffed from last year. We have a significant growth spurt going on, which we probably already know from the point across here. The 40B down at 15 Great Road is complete, or nearly complete. We have a few more houses left to give occupancy to. We have a lot of, our work is doubled in the building department. With that said, it's not a temporary workload that's going to relieve itself when this is all done. Excuse me, because we have annual inspections to do on all restaurants, hotels, public swimming pools. These have all doubled from what we had before. And so this is continual now for as long as the buildings are up. O'Neill Cinema will have to be inspected every year, as do, the normal. We have 3 subdivisions that are coming online with the subdivisions we already have. So at the moment, I'm using the Harvard building inspector as a relief valve. He covers one builder exclusively in town as he drives around. The builder was primarily down at 15 Great Road, now he's up on Oak Hill. So Gabe Valente covers this guy, and they have a good working relationship, and it's a little bit of a relief valve. The plan is, and I proposed this last year, is to have Michelle acquire some skills to do inspections. She had recently acquired her CSL license, so now she's a licensed contractor. And we're going to start the classes for a local inspector, which is the next step up. This will give our department some relief, and with the current staff, and should be little impact to our budget.
Excellent.
And is that typical training that, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
So is it the same training that you have?
It's,
Or how?
well, there's
how
2
it's-
steps, local
Yeah.
inspector and then building commissioner.
Yep.
So it's the same training, it's, local inspector will focus more on construction.
Okay.
Plan reading, building commissioner focuses more on management law and oversight of the department.
Great.
So we hope, like, maybe within a year, we can get this on board and we'll go from there.
Terrific. Awesome. Thank you for the effort.
Speaking about the budget, Michelle runs the budget.
So you do what she tells you.
Yeah.
Just like at home, right?
Just like at home, it's the way it works.
So, huge increase in revenues, because again, another year of almost 600 building permits alone, and foresee next year probably being close to that with 3 subdivisions, and there's still quite a bit of unit fit-ups at the point, so I think the revenues will, be about the same next year. We're not asking for any increases in the expenses besides the salary increases, the step increases, and then the 2% COLA. But we really don't have a lot of expenses in the office. Again, basically office supplies, code books, seminars, trainings, that type of thing, but they pretty much remain about the same level year to year. So we're not asking for any increase in those expenses.
600 permits, what's that split between commercial and residential? Do you know, roughly?
I'd say this year, probably about 200 commercial, maybe. There were a lot of commercial, because with the point, there'd be multiple permits, there'd be the shell permit, then interior fit-ups for each. And
we have a program with the point, in order to allow them to progress quickly, is we give them a shell permit to build a box. And they don't know quite what's going to be inside at the moment, so we finalize a shell, and then they come in for new permits for tenant fit-up. And it seems to work well.
And then there was also, at FIBA, they're broken down into 6 or 8 different segments of that building, so multiple permits for that. So the commercial permit number was definitely higher this year.
But 400 residential?
Yeah, I'd say probably 400, 420 were probably residential.
Is that all new construction?
No, new construction was probably about 55 or 60 were new homes.
There's additions, there's basement remodel, finishing out the
Decks,
basement.
roofs, sidings. But based on the subdivisions that have been approved, we anticipate new construction numbers to stay pretty steady the next year.
Durkee, for example, do they come in for one building permit for 17 houses, or the 17 building?
17 building
Or
permits.
whatever the number is.
Otherwise, I'd have to issue one occupancy permit when they're all done. And that's why we did it this way with the tenant spaces. They can open up and function, cabin on the square can function without having the rest of the building finished off.
Like the construction's going on next door.
Yep.
That's it.
Thank you for coming out.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Drive safely out there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Recreation is here.
Planning.
Yeah.
Planning.
You're
You're welcome to food, please. If you eat some lunch.
Get a sandwich?
Take a sandwich to drive home.
Eat.
Shoot some lettuce.
You may need it.
Italian down there. Manja.
Cannoli.
That works.
I'm ready, so you can go there. Forget about that.
As we're watching the snow pile up, thanks for the opportunity again to meet with all of you. Try to get through this quickly. What I've seen over the last year and a half, 2 years, working on the master plan, is there's a lot of opportunity for growth in the planning department. What I'd like to do is be able to give some of the standard office work to an administrative assistant. So the mission budget request is for 20 hours a week for an admin, whether that's a new person or adding additional hours to another, doesn't matter. Functionally, doesn't matter. It's just, there's a lot of work that, as a town, we could be doing for planning that we're not right now. And this would be one way to address that.
And just on that point, that you could perhaps glean from Shelley's presentation, the administrative assistants for several of the boards already are provided by one person. And that Shelley's position was created as a staff support for the building commissioner, board of health, and the zoning board of appeals. So it's not unusual for us to try to combine hours and someone if we can.
And have you looked at an opportunity to do that in this case, or would you consider this to be more incremental, or?
Well, we have someone else in the office on an on-call basis. Sue?
Yes, Sue has a specific number of hours, and without having that discussion with her, whether she's available for more hours.
Yeah, but there's some things that we can look at. I'm intrigued by the notion that if we, and actually, I had met with the chair and vice chair of the planning board this week, and intrigued by the notion. I was pleased to see their enthusiasm in the planning department doing planning, that the master plan update process, the zoning, that there are a number of proactive planning type things that could be done. And you only get to that level if there's administrative support for it. I think perhaps the larger issue, apart from the needs of the planning board, and I don't think we're prepared to talk about it yet, is how do we organize to implement the master plan even larger? Because it's not going to implement itself, and I think that in the coming weeks, if you approach bringing the master plan update to Maytown meeting, it will be very important to figure out what's the strategy, how do we organize to implement that plan, and this may be a piece of how you do that.
And it may be a multiple-year plan to get sort of the staffing level to where you want it to be.
Well, we had that discussion Monday night with Chairman P.J. Veller, and I know that's specifically a topic he wants to talk about, is the post-May planning, the implementation phase of it.
Yeah, there's sort of a broad, I think it would be important for us to look at a broad picture of how do we want to organize to get what done, and then to take a step back and say, well, what piece do you put where? But this is, it's important to have the...
But if there are some short-term needs, we should look at the short-term needs in the context of the larger picture.
Right, and so then I put the two markers in the planning department budget, one being a request for administrative assistance, and the other being a capital plan request, starting the first year for $35,000 and penciling in $10,000 a year each year after that. We know that there will be some funds, it looks like there will be some funds at the end of the master plan process that will be left over. It could be an offset for some of that.
And what would that capital be for, software or?
Probably consultants to help us through further zoning bylaw updates. Consultants, for example, if historical is one of the issues on master plan implementation that needs more attention, then a consultant to work with the historical commission.
Okay. Okay, but there's 35,000 in FY18.
Yes.
And then plus your 20 hours of request. Okay.
In fiscal 17, you remember the November town meeting, we had a capital project for $25,000 for zoning assistance that the planning board's currently using for looking at housing issues, inclusionary zoning, senior housing.
And that's being spent as we speak?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Planning board met this past Thursday night with our consultant and had a whole lot of input from senior elderly residents to help us with that process.
Just mentioned.
In Maine.
And here's the vice chair.
Yep.
I just saying how excited you were at the idea that the planning office might actually be planning.
Hi, Ed. Okay, now, Ed had been, where do I start? Let's see, Ed and I had been discussing continuing education and training for May. There is no budget in the planning department. There's no money in the planning department budget for education. There's a minimal amount for planning board workshop attendance, and I've taken advantage of that where I can. But there's no professional development money, no workshop, no CEU money.
Are there specific programs that the board or you feel are sort of necessary to, or desirable to step up to in the short term, or what are they?
Well, AICP certification would be the next step for me. American Planning Association has that AICP designation as their professional level planners. And there's a series of courses and testing that I can go through to attain that.
And is it a one-time thing? Is it 2 years to get it? Is it, I don't know.
Okay, the first year, the request would be for $2,000. That would cover training and testing. After that, it's about $500 to $600 a year for maintenance. Includes APA dues and the training, training to maintain your certification.
And Paul, is this something that the master plan would look to as a need for the town to have a certified?
We honestly haven't discussed any of that yet.
I mean, I
but
just
we're,
didn't know
you know,
whether-
we're kind of at the transitional period, even though there's only about 4 months left of the process, where we've stopped collecting input from the community, stopped analyzing data, and are now considering the options from the consultants and then the implementation pieces. So we're at the point of the discussion where we're going to kind of move into that sort of
So
territory.
that's likely to be a piece of the discussion topic?
I hope so. We, you know, in addition to PJ coming in Monday night, we have our next meeting Tuesday night.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, good. So we'll get some more feedback as we go through this process. Okay,
And
great.
even in isolation, though, a request for professional development dollars from the department is not unreasonable. It's unusual because they haven't asked for the
Haven't done
money
it, right, no,
now.
I-
If they're asking
right,
for it this year, that's great, and we certainly support that in other departments. In fact, I know that the personnel board and the board of selectmen at some point had adopted a policy that, you know, sort of promoted professional development.
We see more of it in fire and police.
That's not in your budget now, though, right?
Correct, it's not in the
It's not
budget
in
now.
here.
It'll be in the revised request that the party gets by Monday.
And it's served on the planning board. I think that's very important to have professional development.
You've been everywhere, right?
Appreciate it.
You're not going to jump ship, though, right?
Can't hold the job.
I can't hold the job, I know.
Just jump around, come on, job hopper.
And folks, that's why I showed up today, was just to make sure that got into the request today, that professional development money would be allocated for the planning board, for our admin. She's done a great job all these years, you know, figuring a lot of stuff out, so I think it's time we gave her a little support, and, you know, look forward to working with Laura for a long time down the road.
Okay. Duly noted.
Any other questions?
Yeah, where's the money coming from?
No, seriously.
The Rollins raking in the
Planning board
Yeah,
chair.
really, huh?
Well, the planning board does their part, they approve the subdivision plans.
Increase our fees for subdivision plans.
Right.
Great. Well, thank you for all you do for the
Yeah,
town,
thanks.
seriously. Thank you.
Drive safe out there. It was a little, it's like we're starting to get some snow.
Get serious out there now, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, should we get Alicia up, and then,
So that's coming out of, okay, that we decided.
Alicia, if you want to join us, we'll,
She's Teddy.
You're the best dressed person in the room, Alicia, I can tell you that.
Paying me to
Dress
be
for a
here, so
snowstorm.
why not?
Very nice.
I do have a PowerPoint presentation.
It's funny how it changes everything.
It does not look like this outside. All right, let's see here.
18.
18? It's recreation, sorry. Come on.
No wreck.
You my own chapter, is that
Free age.
Flag doesn't show up.
If we had knocked down the little
Monitor.
All right. Open the window.
What's in there?
So I feel bad, this works out perfectly for Paul and for Alan, but everybody else is gonna have to kind of strain a little bit.
Maybe Tom and I can sit in the front row and people can watch it off our foreheads.
Here it goes.
Mark, are you able to drop it up there?
This is the nighttime version.
That's not gonna help anybody though. Oh, well, that's.
Oh,
Is that important?
What is this thing?
I've seen that look before. Is this thing on?
What's this button for?
That's why we pay him the big bucks, he knows his stuff.
I don't know, it could not be.
Maybe not, she might have the right one to start with, huh?
Plugged into the wall?
We did a dry run the other day and it worked fine.
Supposed to talk
Of course,
you're talking
there's a
about
rule when you do demos, huh?
Did
Yeah.
I turn it on? Yeah, maybe it's on.
Maybe we should give it the IT department.
Maybe it wasn't on there. No, it was.
It was.
That unit, that sign that came out before.
You need a little extra money.
Yeah.
Is anybody else curious what Gary has in that big vat in front of him?
It's definitely something. Keep it
What's going on?
He's getting more and more liberal with his money as the meeting goes on.
The proof?
Two ends at the same
I think it needs to go back there. Helps if you point it in, huh?
Yes, right.
You're supposed to talk to that.
Good thing I already did my presentation.
That's funny, you're over here?
Yeah.
It's over here.
Know that one?
Right there, I think.
Look at that.
Every year, we try to provide a little bit of comic relief for midday, so.
Maybe you can just bring it up on your phone.
I could, yeah, just focus in on that.
Gather around.
Come on.
Yay!
All right. So, one thing,
Very observant.
That's our presentation.
yeah, done.
Probably the greatest one.
All right, so one thing that I did want to show you all some clips of, but I'm going to forego today just for the fact that the weather is pretty terrible right now, and I do appreciate you taking the time to let me come in and do this presentation early, so I do appreciate that a lot. But attached to this presentation, which I can put up on our website, there's actually a link to our YouTube page that has the full video that we showed on LCTV about Trunk or Treat. I don't know how many folks were at Trunk or Treat this year. I know that Fred was. Yeah. So it was the Halloween parade as well as the Trunk or Treat, and it was a huge event. It was absolutely amazing to see that many people from the community and surrounding communities come out. So like I said, for right now, I'm just going to forego that just because of the time that we're in. But as you can see with the picture here, it was a 300 King was swamped. It was amazing. So that being said, we can go into, I just want to cover a synopsis really quick of 2016, just for the fact that we did accomplish a cost analysis through a company, DMP Consulting, and the final results were completed. You guys can go if you want to. I'm not going to feel odd. Greg, stand there.
I can see the screen.
So the final results were completed just in November 18th, and I believe the budgets were due the very next Monday. So you have to kind of, forgive me a little bit just because we've been trying to scramble to include the results of the cost analysis because they're so very important for what we're going to do in the future. So So that being said, the results, just a really quick cap, because some folks were at that meeting with FinCom and Board of Selectmen, and some folks weren't, but the end results kind of showed us exactly what we had assumed in the past. So we have an overall cost recovery rate of 79%. So we have had to rely on retained earnings consistently over the past several years just to be able to meet operational expenses. But now we have concrete evidence of that that's the case. So what do we do moving forward? This is kind of where, I want to focus on these pieces. So a couple of things, that kind of came out were, we figured out exactly what our top programs were. So our teen after-school club, Camp Tehadawon, which I'm sure we all knew, Home and Hearth and Community Education, our adult sports leagues, and our teen recreation adventure crew are some of the top programs that we have. And I think that should be pretty good for right now, I would say. All right, so let's talk about where we're at right now with 2017. So I believe the last time that I was here, I talked about 2016 being a big year full of transitions. And 2017 is no different as well. So we currently have 4.63 full-time employees. What that means is that we have 4 full-time employees and then 1 person that works 25 hours as the administrative assistant. We did just find out after Thanksgiving that our long-term assistant director is going to retire. So it's amazing. We've been really lucky to have such a wonderful person on our staff, but that has sort of left us scrambling to figure out how we're going to amend and fix that, because it's an opportunity to be taken advantage of to fix our organizational structure. So what we've done is we've decided that we will take the assistant director position and enroll in their job description the special events and beach portion of the department. So then that would allow us to create a community education coordinator position. So if I click on this right here, this will take you to an organizational chart. Does anybody have a laser pointer? Do you have a laser pointer?
You can just use Greg.
Greg, you? All right. So this is the new organizational, what's that?
Use your mouse.
Oh, it might work. Will it?
It was floating around a bit.
Yes. Oh, right, thanks. We did it on the dry run and that didn't work, so, all right. So, oh, no, it's not gonna work again. There we go, I just have to keep it moving. All right, so this is what the new structure essentially is gonna look like. So we have the director, the assistant director, administrative assistant is kind of under, both of us, recreation coordinator, which we did just hire this past September, and she is fantastic. And then we would be looking to hire a community education coordinator. All right. So a couple of other things. We did get to update our registration software thanks to a capital funding from last year. And it has done a lot to be able to allow folks from the community an easier time being able to sign up for classes and programs online. It's much more interactive, so if you haven't had a chance to check it out, I would suggest that. It's really, really fantastic. And then we will be doing a 3-year financial plan. So this is something that we talked about at the FinCom and Board of Selectmen meeting a few weeks ago when we presented the cost analysis. So Fred had suggested that phase 1 needs to be essentially figured out and discussed before the end of February in 2017. So I am working on that currently at the moment. So just giving you a heads up that that is on my to-do list, is to hit that deadline. All right. That one. All right, and as far as the organizational chart that we talked about earlier, I do see that saying the same for 2018. I think where we're at with our full-time staffing, that makes the most sense for us right now at this point in time. So I don't see changes in that in the future.
So the head count, the proposed head count at this point for FY18 is the same
As it is right
number
now.
as it is now, but you're shuffling the deck with the retirement And then
You
that
got
gives
it.
you an opportunity to move people around.
Absolutely.
Or move positions around. Okay.
Yeah, or job responsibilities,
Right,
so to
right.
speak. Yes,
Yep.
absolutely. And there's a reason for that, and I'll explain that a little bit later as we move on here. So let's see here. All right, so we have the 2018 major points here. So we did talk about the staffing. One thing that I would like to think about doing is the administrative assistant, potentially moving them up to 35 to 40 hours a week. But since we're on the enterprise funds and we're going to be implementing this 3-year financial plan, I feel like that's part of my responsibility because those costs are taken in as far as our enterprise fund. The town does not pay for that administrative assistant. So if I want to increase those hours, I'm going to have to find funds to be able to cover that, is the way that I see that. So let's see here. All right. Field maintenance. This has definitely been an area over the past year that has had a lot of discussion. So we did get the field needs assessment that was approved at town meeting this past November. And it's intended to be a platform for change and rejuvenation for the town's athletic fields. So, and that being said, the alumni renovation is a huge advancement for this process, but it's not the magic bullet. We still do have a lot of other fields that need care and attention. So this field needs assessment is going to hopefully give us a plan so that we would be able to do that. So we're in the process with that right now of we have to create what the design of what that would be so that it can go to bid. And we're trying to get that done as soon as we possibly can.
Is there a timeline for that, Alicia?
Not currently. So that, we're going to talk about that at our Park Commission meeting on this coming Tuesday. Yeah.
It's really an ASAP item, right?
Yes,
I mean, we've been talking about this
absolutely.
forever, and it's really
Yeah.
very frustrating, actually, it's not moving faster.
Yeah. And Ivan's not here right now to talk,
Yeah.
to speak to that because we had to move the meeting up sooner. Yeah. All right, so the damage that's been sustained over the past few years, we do need to write and, create and implement a field maintenance plan. So that does need to be a priority, as, Betsy had just spoke to. So it is a very high priority item for us. All right, so our recreational community education and programming. So the cost analysis has shown that we should be able to make all of our community education, or at least most of the community education and our recreational programmings to be sustainable in the future. But we have to create that successful financial plan to be able to integrate that over the next 3 years to make that happen. So to accomplish some of those things, we need to do a market analysis. So it's a delicate balance, right? We have to figure out how to be able to still be competitive with other towns and private programs so that we can create programs that are still accessible to our constituents that live here in the town of Littleton. If we would just, jump those costs up immediately, it would reach a tipping point that just would not allow our department to be successful. So it does need to be thought out very delicately and, something implemented over time. Let's see here. All right, parks and beach. So one of the things that we have started discussions on was renovation of the beach house and snack shack. We've had that on capital plan for probably over a decade at this point in time. I've met with Roland, who was just here, the building commissioner, and the chairman for PMBC about the project. And it's one of those things that, we'd really like to see it happen, and I'd like to see it happen in a a community way. And what I mean by that is we have a possibility of working with Neshoba Tech and their construction department to be able to do the whole project. It would take a little bit longer. It might cost a bit less because we would just need to be able to pay for materials and, you know, the students would put the time in. So, but before we can actually get a quote for that specific capital project, we would have to actually get a design done by an architect. So that's kind of been one of those blocks that's been a little bit of an impasse right here.
Alicia, real quick,
Yeah.
what are the issues with the building?
So it was built in the 1950s, and it hasn't really been touched since.
I thought there were renovations done to it.
There were some,
Handicap accessibility and things like that.
but pretty minimal. It's been pretty minimal change. So if you haven't been in there, you know, when we reopen back up in summertime, I suggest going out and taking a look at it. A lot of the plumbing needs to be updated. We did put in a tight tank a few years ago, which has been really helpful, but it is, we do have a lot of issues with it. For example, our lifeguards, which should have a bit of a private area to be able to take their breaks, are there open to all of the public to come in and ask questions all the time. So our folks that should be getting breaks aren't really taking breaks. And we would be able to, if we did a potential renovation or a rebuild, even if we decided to do that, we could combine the snack shack with the building, and it could just be a lot nicer, you know? So that's kind of the idea behind it.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
So are you going to come forward with a request for design money? Or how do you see this going forward?
Right, so I have, well, the two conversations that I've had with the building commission and PMBC chair have said that we're going to see if we can try to find someone an architect to be able to donate their time. That's a very difficult thing to find, so they were trying to see if they could suss out any individuals or specific design schools that would be interested in taking this on as a project. So that's where we're at this point in time. There's so many other things, this is kind of like a small component of it, that, you know, that's the first step that we would take. And then if we have to look at, you know, finding costs to be able to get an architect, then, you know, we would have that discussion. But I wanted to see if we'd go the alternative route first. Let's see here. Parking passes. I know this is one that you all love to talk about. So the reporting of the numbers and the amounts on this area, I feel like since I've come on, it's only been about a year and a half now, I feel like we've never been able to really get our thumbs down on, you know, what the actual numbers of how many that we've sold are. And so one of the positive things about having this software that we just implemented this past September is that we're going to actually be able to create a point of sale system. There's a module that's involved in the software itself, so we'll be able to count how many we give out. So right now, the way that it works is, you know, people can either pay in cash or swipe their credit card, but it's like the old school system of, you know, little cash machine. So unless, you know, the kids were taking detailed notes, you know, we really wouldn't be able to get those solidified numbers. So this upcoming summer will be the first summer that we'll actually be able to have really detailed numbers on, you know, what the numbers are coming in and out. So that will be something to look forward to for next year's meeting. Usage at 300 King, it's bursting at the seams since we did the Littleton Children's Fund, did the rebuild of the Castle in the Trees playground and the resurfacing of the basketball court. It has just been unbelievable out there. In Fay Park, there's been a lot of renewed interest due to the fact that we've started using the space for third Thursdays for July and for August. Again, if you haven't seen or hadn't been out there for that event, I would encourage you to come next year because it really was a fantastic venue for that. And then, you know, we kind of have to have the discussion, especially since we're, you know, in the year for master plan of, you know, the need for more park space with active recreation options and senior options as well. So that's something, you know, we can hopefully talk about or have a discussion so that it's included, making sure that it's included in our master plan. All right. Budgeting, like I said, we're going to create that 3-year finance plan. And it's one of those pieces where, my intention, and it has been my intention all along, is to include you all in this process. So it's something that, I will create, but I'm open to amendments and suggestions to see, what we decide as a town is the best way to move forward. So I just want to make sure that that statement is out there. And then I'll continue to work with Bonnie to streamline the budgets and the reports and software and SoftWrite, or whatever software takes its place in the future, if we decide to go with something different. But I think that our software and the town software should be able to mirror each other. That's something that, we'll work on as the future goes on. All right. Let's see. So continued requests for 2018. So what we would be requesting this year, which is a bit different, is that we would ask that the salary for the director and benefits, which is currently already covered, we would continue to do that. But we would also ask that we would cover the costs of the assistant director's salary and benefits as well. And the reason that that makes sense, it kind of goes along with the cost analysis. So when we saw the percentages of the areas for beach and for special events, which are pieces of the job description we would now enroll in, and it would be responsibility of the assistant director, that the special events portion of the department was 27% sustainable, and the beach was 72% sustainable. So these are areas where we do need help from the town. They are important aspects of the town and the culture that we live in. So, that's the piece that we would ask that coverage would cover the director as well as the assistant director. We would ask that we have the continued financial support for major equipment and repair funds. So that helps us take care of the parks, the beach, and the fields. The reason that they are so important is just for the fact that we don't bring in enough money to be able to subsidize all of those things. I would love that to be able to be a different statement in the future, but as we are right now, that is kind of the reality where we are at. And, I just talked about the beach house, so having that open and continued dialogue on capital projects. So there's a lot of those projects that are in flux because of either, waiting on field needs assessment or creation of a design for a renovated beach house. So I don't want to just jump into projects. We need to make sure that they're the right choices for the community. All right. And so the last really quick piece that I just wanted to throw in here, this was mentioned at our cost analysis meeting a few weeks ago. And, I think it was just up there as like culture change, and we talked to it a little bit, but it's kind of, what does that mean? What is that? So one of the things that popped into my mind during that meeting, and I don't mean to put Fred on the spot, but he made the statement of, his grandchildren using private programming instead of, Littleton Parks and Recreation. So it got me thinking the last few weeks since then. And I think, and this is a personal opinion, so you guys don't take it personally, I think there's a disconnect here between all the folks here and the experience that the average person in Littleton, experiences. With my assistant director and we calculated the numbers of the people that attend our programs and the special events based off of, our best try at counting people at some of these really huge events. And we came up with 6,270 people in the last year. So that's 60% of our population. Could you imagine if we get those folks at like a town meeting? How awesome would that be, right? I don't know.
Never get it done.
We're maxed out.
It's still be there.
Exactly. So arena for our next town meeting?
Absolutely, great. Well, we can have it at alumni.
Well played, Mr. Faulkner, well played.
We'll have to explore the stands.
When the enclosed stadium goes in, we can do that.
Yeah, exactly. So 6,000 people, over 6,000 people, that's still a lot. That means that what we do means a lot. So to reiterate at this point, I would like to tell the story very quickly of Nicole Cochise. So she is our head lifeguard, or has been this past summer. And, you know, she was a kid that she's grown up in Littleton her entire life, right? So we have pictures of her taking swim lessons in 1999 at Long Lake right there. She was part of the Halloween parade, you know, went to the Touch a Truck event and, you know, was in a highway backhoe. And, you know, this is the juxtaposition of where we are now, of her teaching kids how to swim in our lake here, right? You know, and the winter brochures are there as well, because as a teenager, she took our photography classes, got really into it. And as a volunteer project on the side, when she gets an opportunity, she sends us in photos that we use on the front of our brochures. So when we talk about how important it is, whether it's the programming, whether it's the special events, whether it is community education, all of those pieces come back full circle. So, and her story is very important and special to us. We love her very much, and we're excited when she comes back every year from college. But her story is not unique. You know, we have, example, our camp director. He attended Camp Tehadawin every single year growing up as a kid, and now he's a director. He worked his way up through the ranks. So when we talk about, you know, the kids in the community getting involved in the community and staying in the community, this is one way that we're able to do that. You know, we do provide that for our community. So the point that I'm making is I want to encourage you all to be involved more with our department. So come out to our events. Come, you know, if you want to take a class and you don't want to do it by yourself, tell me. I'll come sign up with you, seriously. So our department provides so much more than sports, and, you know, we do create those full circle community experiences that shape who we are as a town. So we do it really well, and we're really good at it. And so I just want to make sure that you guys know and understand that. So at that point, I will thank you for your time and ask if you have any questions for me right now.
Do you mind if I just speak to the general fund subsidy real quick? The adjustment that Alicia was requesting to have the subsidy reflect the salary and benefits for both the director and the assistant director. Right now, if we just roll forward with the way that we've been doing it in the past, the general fund subsidy would be $151,000. So if we adjust it to be reflective of what he was requesting, the subsidy would be just over $171,000. So it's about a $20,000 difference. From an accounting perspective.
That's 20,000, not 40.
20.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm on board. From an accounting perspective, it's easy. I like this because it's easy for me to recalculate every year. The way that we've been doing it is, you know, we started it at about $102,000, and then we held them harmless for any wage adjustments, whether that be minimum wage, salary increases, steps, or whatever. So it's a constant, like, recalculation.
Massaging.
Yeah, so I know it is a $20,000 increase. However, from a standpoint of budgeting and going forward, it would be very easy for me to calculate going forward. And it's, yes, it's $20,000, but it's
Now, that's all in. That's
all in. That's OPEB, that's insurance, that's.
okay. Now, from Alicia's standpoint, does she get relief of 20,000? Or does she get relief of more?
No, that would give the relief of the 20, because she would be getting the 150 no matter what, you know, in a normal circumstance. So she would get relief of the 20.
Okay. Just so she's not expecting more out of it, that's all. Because she's thinking, okay, well, they pay for me, but they don't pay for the assistant. What you're saying is we pay for all but 20,000 of the assistant today.
Yeah, it's calculated in
Oh,
there. Yep. Yes.
At the end of the day, it's checkbook accounting.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
There's 151,000 that the town is paying today. What the request is the town pays 171,000.
Correct, yes.
So it's not a huge swing, but what she should expect is 20,000 in relief for her department.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
And it should be easier to do in the long run, and for me as well. So, you know, we're fixing some budget issues with it as well.
All right. Okay, so we understand that. Okay.
Just comment on the disconnecting. So you're making the statement that this, just for us to get involved more with the offerings? Is that when you see the disconnect?
I think,
Because, I mean,
Well, so there's been some questions recently on like community education and the value that it provides. And I think, you know, there's a lot of folks, I know Betsy's taken some classes with us in the past, but I can't speak to anybody else that's here. And I know that we do have a lot of folks in our community and surrounding community that really, really appreciate what we do, and they really expect that service to be there for them. So if there's a concern as far as the validity goes, get involved with it. Check it out, see what it actually is, and then you can make that opinion on your own because it's something that you've engaged in. Does that make sense?
I think disconnect was kind of a strong word, because I certainly look at the
numbers. It's about the numbers.
No, I look at the catalog. Every time it comes out, I take a look at it, I see if there's something mostly for the kids, just because frankly, I don't have time to take a class unless it's something that's going to better my career, frankly. So I would hesitate to say that we're disconnected. I think each one of us has the best interest of every department in the town. I think we're volunteering to try to better the town. And, I mean, if there's something that's available to, I'll speak for myself, if there's something that's there that I think my kids will enjoy, or they'll do better for it, they've done like science programs and things like that through Parks and Rec,
but that's,
they've done the swimming, they've done, obviously,
Track
they've done a lot of
and
sports,
paddle.
yeah, so.
right. But I want to encourage you as adults. Like, I think one thing that folks may not realize about myself and my past experience, I used to be a lecturer at a university for outdoor recreation. And one of the things that we always talked about is lifelong learning. You as an individual, you have to take that time for yourself. You have to have hobbies, because if that's all you have at the end of the day is your job, there's so much more to life than that. And that's part of our department, is to really encourage folks to enjoy life. You have to have that enjoyment piece of it too. If you don't, I mean.
That's why we're here today.
Then that's your hobby, that's okay. But
I'm going
We hear you. We hear you. You're absolutely right.
It was a good lecture.
And it's a good message to put out there. Very important one.
Yes.
It's not just work programs for kids, is what you're saying.
Correct, yes, yes. And if there's things that you want to see that we haven't done yet, let us know. You know, we're really open to community feedback. We want to know what the community wants and needs. That's why we're here. So.
Just stop digging.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Really
Yeah.
appreciate you coming out.
Alicia, I have one question.
Yeah.
Can I have the feel for the circus?
Which field?
I think you already got your field.
So my field.
No, his field.
And it was a circus.
This whole thing is about
Where are we in
Jim,
terms of
right?
who's running that thing anyway? That's another open topic, right?
Yeah,
Who
right.
owns that? Who makes that call?
Oh, yeah.
We're still working that out.
Right, exactly.
Good. Maybe we'll have Steve just run us quickly through the PMBC, and then we can sort of call it a day.
Okay.
Thanks, Alicia.
Alicia, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Alicia.
Careful getting home. Take a cookie.
Take Raj. Take your breadstick.
Just one though, Tom's eye. Tom's gonna watch football.
I had to break bread. I already broke bread.
Take off my FinCom hat, put on my PMBC hat.
Yeah, we yield the floor to the gentleman from the PMBC. No pressure, but I want to go home.
It's you in the door.
No pressure felt.
And we don't have any money.
So this is a sheet that was attached to the back end of your school information, I believe. It's one sheet. Kind of. So our request this year is about $100 and some odd thousand less than it was last year. Last year we had a lot of paving projects at Shaker Lane and at Russell Street, and we were able to accomplish quite a bit of work through those projects last year, and rooftop HVACs and univents and whatnot. This list is primarily taken from the EMG study that we had done 4 or 5 years ago. That list has gotten a little bit stale. We use it kind of as a guide, But anyway, I'll just go through this list. It's fairly short. The highest priority item on this list is a request from the fire department to replace 7 old call-in units, radio box units that are attached to the annunciator panels. Out here in the foyer, you'll see there's an annunciator panel. Right next to it, there's a little box with an antenna on it, and that takes that call from the annunciator panel and sends it to the fire department. So there are 7 units in the town currently that are outdated, and the chief, I talked to the chief last week, and he indicated to me that the upkeep for those obsolete 7 units, he spent $18,000, patching it together last year, which is a poor use of expenses. So to replace those 7 units, he's asking for $25,100, and he received a quote from a company back in September, I guess it was, and that would be to replace all 7 units. So that's a life safety issue. You'll see in the category column, we have items identified as life safety, building envelope, HVAC, et cetera, down through. And we used to use that as a prioritization. I'm using it more or less now to indicate what buckets these kind of fall into. The next items are requests from the school department. They total $223,000. The largest, well, it's not the largest one, but the first one, curb and sidewalk repair, we talked about with school department when they were up here.
Yeah, Mike.
And our concerns about the snow plow and whatnot, and the requirement to replace these curbs and sidewalks. There's an HVAC control panel at the high school that needs replacement, tennis court resurfacing at the high school, library carpet replacement at Shaker Lane, exterior door replacement at Shaker Lane. A number of exterior doors are rotting out, some of the frames, and then painting of classrooms at Shaker Lane and Russell Street. The painting of the classrooms excuse me, does show up in the EMG study. It's considered a capital expense because it's not a patch and repair. It's a complete repaint of the walls. So this does show up in the EMG report.
Steve, that's something that is rolling, or is it just all at once, it's through the whole building and be done with it?
No, it's kind of a rolling thing. Now, these are not in any order of preference. Darrell presented these to us. I think Steve Mark could indicate his order of preference going forward. Now,
If I can make one more comment on the painting. Chief Wazinski referenced the painting by the prisoners of the brush truck, Engine 1. I know that Selectman Carr has been able to facilitate prisoners doing some manual labor for us in the past, and I know that they do painting. They've done a number of municipal buildings, hockey rinks and things like that I'm aware of.
Okay.
And it might be something that, where it's in a school, maybe we don't want to go down that road, but...
Preferably at night.
well, I think
In the summer. School day.
I think we had them do some landscaping, but we had to go through all those Corey checks.
We had when the police station was being demoed.
Yeah. Well, maybe we talked about the landscaping at the school and then decided because of the Corey checks we wouldn't do that at the schools. But it's worth asking.
Just for some savings.
But I'd say that that's a conversation with the superintendent and Steve Mark.
Sure.
Yeah. Town Hall, these are listed in order of priority. We have a split system AC unit at the vault, which is 25 years old. It's failing and that needs to be replaced. Replacing the storefront entrances at the Parks and Rec and the COA, that's all rotted out. and the same with the sliding glass door at the library. And then replacing some carpets in City Hall. Bill Cole identified some areas where the carpet is in need of replacement. He is in the process of replacing carpet in certain areas already with funds available, but these are additional areas where he feels that the carpet needs to be replaced. I had indicated treasurer, and that's incorrect. It's the assessor's office, the clerk's office, and Nancy's office. So those are the asks for this fiscal year. If there are any questions?
Somebody had brought up, I think it was Sam, had mentioned the elevator from the town hall to the library.
Right.
Maybe, I don't know if that's something that would get incorporated into the list or not.
It would be. It's the first I'd heard of it. Yeah.
Steve, I offer the alarm box repairs, they're the fire alarm box.
These are fire alarm box replacements.
Okay. There's a revolving account that has 28,000 in it right now.
Okay.
And it's from alarm box fees that are supposed to be used to maintain the system when needed, so.
Okay.
You might be able to take that off.
That's a
Who's
commercial
into
building.
that? Where'd those fees come from, Monica?
They come from like false alarms that are, charged. So the fees are supposed to come in
So
and
it's not from the
maintain
public buildings then, but from other places?
Right.
Oh, interesting.
I do have one other thing that Joe wanted to make sure that I mentioned. We do have unspent funds in previous projects.
Yeah, I was trying to, I gave Daryl a reconciliation sheet to kind of go through his accounts and see.
Right, and we went over some of those Wednesday night. I think we've double counted some of them.
Yeah.
But we do have some unspent funds that probably need to be reallocated at town meeting, and that would cover some of the requests on the sheet.
How much do you have in unspent funds?
That's what we don't understand. I think we have two $55,000 items double counted. But I'd say in the area of about 100 grand.
Wow, that's real money.
Something like that.
So the PMBC gets money based on, like, the school department needs something done, it's the school
Based on
department's.
these lists.
Right.
Yes.
So
So
they don't really have a budget line item.
No, they only have capital budget items.
Right.
So each of
Right.
these would have a line item in the May town meeting.
Right.
And
Yes.
each one is actually voted separately, or has the ability to be voted separately. Once it's in that line item, that's what it should be, or
And we
could be spent
we had
on.
talked about maybe changing that going forward to give the PMBC a little bit more flexibility when something like this happens, to be able to vote at their meeting to do a transfer between the line items, rather than having to wait to go back to town meeting. And it's just by the way that you appropriate it, so maybe the wording would change a little bit to give them some
So
flexibility.
you could have, does that mean you could have gone ahead and done one of these things with that money as opposed to having a request?
Not one of
taken?
these things, but say you presented a list like this
Yep.
at town meeting, and at town meeting voted to spend the one line item, 324,000, to cover these projects. So if one was over and one was under, you wouldn't have to go back to town
Right.
meeting.
Yeah.
to
All right.
vote.
Each line item.
So you got the latitude to be able to.
Yeah, we do it by line.
Nip and tuck.
Yeah, or we could just say, school projects, $320,000, town hall,
Right.
such and such.
Depends on how tied in you want to be to it.
Yeah.
The only change that we did do to PMBC last year is we did give you a line item for $40,000
It's
within
in
the
the
public
buildings,
buildings
right.
for engineering services, which has
Correct.
been very helpful.
Joe got a
Extremely.
nice car with that. That was.
But it's extremely helpful, because we can go out for engineering services in advance of town meeting and, have a plan in place to implement as soon as we get the funds.
Shovel ready.
Shovel ready, right.
Shovel-ready projects.
Okay.
I think we're at
Great.
Fred's ever-popular part of the meeting.
Well, let me the items that we did not cover today, and we hopefully will cover Monday night, are IT, finance budget, accounting, selectmen, town administrator, legal, treasurer. So that's basically all Keith and Bonnie.
Yeah, we didn't get CPC either in there.
We didn't get CPC, he didn't.
I'll reach out to them.
Well, he was here, wasn't he?
Snow removal for vehicles.
Speak on.
Do we have the water department at all? or-
No, we didn't, we don't have a request yet. So IT, the three budgets listed at the end of the agenda, and do you want to have community preservation thing too?
If they're available.
They can come.
Town money.
Right, I mean, they will come in at some point, we'll just see. And we'll see
And I
when
made
they-
this point before, even though we don't review the budget for the light department, it's still town money, and I think, you know, an assessment of just what they, you know, summary of what their activity is, and using the public airwaves to educate the town would be.
That's the time of year to do it.
Yeah, so whoever's doing the water department budget can come also give us a little update on the light department. They've always resisted it, I don't know why.
You can talk to your fellow selectmen.
Oh, that's true. Well,
He's in.
he's in the St. Lucia on the light department budget.
Well, there you go.
With Joe.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Third?